CSR निस्केर विज्ञानिका प्रोग्राम से जुड़ा है 2017 से, जब हमने चेन्नई में पहली बार राउंड टेबल मीट ऑन साइंस कम्युनिकेशन किया था। उसके बाद हमने लखनऊ में IISF जो हुआ, वहाँ पे हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। उसी के साथ अगले साल कोलकाता में हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। विज्ञानिका 2020 में दोबारा होने वाला है, IISF 2020 में। विज्ञानिका का जो एक सफ़र रहा है, वो जो बेसिक थ्रस्ट रहा है, वो विज्ञान लेखकों को जोड़ना, विज्ञान संचारकों को जोड़ना, जो विज्ञान में शोध कर रहे हैं उनको जोड़ना, और उनके जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं, जो विज्ञान संचार में, विज्ञान प्रसार में जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं और उनके क्या समाधान हैं, इसके बारे में चर्चा करना, इसके बारे में रिकमेंडेशंस देना, ये एक मेजर की पॉइंट रहा है विज्ञानिका के कार्यक्रमों का। साथ ही हमने कोशिश की है विज्ञान का संचार कितने प्रकारों से किया जा सकता है, उसको भी दर्शाने का एक हमने प्रयास किया है। कोलकाता में हमने एक आचार्य PC रे पे एक साइंस ड्रामा प्रस्तुत करवाया। उसी तरह से लखनऊ के IISF में हमने एक चंद्रयान प्रोजेक्ट, उस वक्त काफ़ी उफान पे था, हमने उस पर एक मोहिनी अट्टम नृत्य के थ्रू चंद्रयान के बारे में जानकारी उपलब्ध करवाई। इसी तरह से बच्चों को भी जोड़ने के बहुत हमने प्रयास किए हैं, चाहे वो साइंस कार्टून कंपटीशन हो या डिबेट कंपटीशन। इसी तरह से विज्ञान संचार के और भी कई तरीके हमने, कठपुतली का नाच, उसके थ्रू किस तरह से विज्ञान का संचार कर सकते हैं। 2020 में, जो अभी दिसंबर में 22 से 24 में हम विज्ञानिका दोबारा से आयोजित कर रहे हैं, इसमें भी थ्रस्ट हमारा यही रहेगा। जो चैलेंजेस आए हैं विज्ञान संचार में, स्पेशली पिछले 8-9 महीने के दौरान, जब कोविड पैंडेमिक की वजह से बहुत से चैलेंजेस आए हैं, इस तरह की चर्चा हम करेंगे। साथ ही विज्ञानिका का एक मकसद और भी है कि हम साइंस लिटरेचर पे चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। उसी तरह से इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस में साइंस कम्युनिकेशन कितना हो रहा है, क्यों कम हो रहा है, या किस तरह से बढ़ाया जा सकता है, उसका क्या असर हो सकता है, इस पे काफ़ी चर्चा हमने की है। उसी प्रकार की चर्चा हम इस विज्ञानिका 2020 में भी करेंगे। इस साल भी हमने बच्चों को जोड़ने के कई तरीके निकाले हैं। तो हमने एक साइंस सॉन्ग कॉम्पोजिशन कंपटीशन ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया है बच्चों के लिए, जिसमें वो एक अपना ओरिजिनल साइंस सॉन्ग कंपोज कर सकते हैं, म्यूज़िक दे सकते हैं और उसको वीडियो बना के हमें भेज सकते हैं। इसी के साथ हमने एक एसे कंपटीशन का आयोजन किया है, और उम्मीद यही है कि विज्ञानिका 2020 कार्यक्रम बहुत ही सफल रहेगा।
Communication of scientific information and inculcation of scientific awareness among the citizens has never been more essential. A wide range of media channels and tools are utilized today to disseminate information about science and its advancements. Centered around the theme science communication and science literature, networking science and society, the International Science Literature Festival Vigyanika is being to deliberate on the challenges of science fiction in the country, reflecting social attitudes towards science and scientists. Vigyanika is being organized to critically evaluate scientific literature and many other issues through keynote lectures, panel discussions, scientific sessions, and Vigyan Kavi Sammelan. Other engaging activities of Vigyanika include virtual science book fair, national science song making competition, and national essay writing competition on leveraging science and technology for self-reliance and global welfare.
Oh, already people have joined.
Yes, sir. Movie.
What is your
Vigyanika
name?
movie.
Okay.
So should
Okay.
I keep it here?
CSR निस्केर विज्ञानिका प्रोग्राम से जुड़ा है 2017
Sorry. Oh my God. I didn't.
से, जो हमने चेन्नई में पहली बार राउंड टेबल मीट ऑन साइंस
Oh, yes, very much.
उसके बाद हमने लखनऊ में IISF जो हुआ वहाँ पे हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। उसी के साथ अगले साल कोलकाता में हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। विज्ञानिका 2020 में दोबारा होने वाला है, IISF 2020 में। विज्ञानिका का जो एक सफ़र रहा है, वो जो बेसिक थ्रस्ट रहा है, वो विज्ञान लेखकों को जोड़ना, विज्ञान संचारकों को जोड़ना, जो विज्ञान में शोध कर रहे हैं उनको जोड़ना, और उनके जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं, जो विज्ञान संचार में, विज्ञान प्रसार में जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं और उनके क्या समाधान हैं, इसके बारे में चर्चा करना, इसके बारे में रिकमेंडेशंस देना, ये एक मेजर की पॉइंट रहा है वैज्ञानिका के कार्यक्रमों का। साथ ही हमने कोशिश की है विज्ञान का संचार कितने प्रकारों से किया जा सकता है, उसको भी दर्शाने का एक हमने प्रयास किया है। कोलकाता में हमने एक आचार्य PC रे पे एक साइंस ड्रामा प्रस्तुत करवाया। उसी तरह से लखनऊ के IISF में हमने एक चंद्रयान प्रोजेक्ट, उस वक्त काफ़ी उफान पे था, हमने उस पर एक मोहिनी अट्टम नृत्य के थ्रू चंद्रयान के बारे में जानकारी उपलब्ध करवाई। इसी तरह से बच्चों को भी जोड़ने के बहुत हमने प्रयास किए हैं, चाहे वो साइंस कार्टून कंपटीशन हो या डिबेट कंपटीशन हो या स्टोरी टेलिंग सेशन हो, और इसी तरह से विज्ञान संचार के और भी कई तरीके हमने, कठपुतली का नाच, उसके थ्रू किस तरह से विज्ञान का संचार कर सकते हैं। 2020 में जो अभी दिसंबर में 22 से 24 में हम विज्ञानिका दोबारा से आयोजित कर रहे हैं, इसमें भी थ्रस्ट हमारा यही रहेगा, जो चैलेंजेस आए हैं विज्ञान संचार में, स्पेशली पिछले 8-9 महीने के दौरान जब कोविड पैंडमिक की वजह से बहुत से चैलेंजेस आए हैं, इस तरह की चर्चा हम करेंगे। साथ ही विज्ञानिका का एक मकसद और भी है कि हम साइंस लिटरेचर पे चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। उसी तरह से इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस में साइंस कम्युनिकेशन कितना हो रहा है, क्यों कम हो रहा है, या किस तरह से बढ़ाया जा सकता है, उसका क्या असर हो सकता है, इस पे काफ़ी चर्चा हमने की है। उसी प्रकार की चर्चा हम इस विज्ञानिका 2020 में भी करेंगे। इस साल भी हमने बच्चों को जोड़ने के कई तरीके निकाले हैं, तो हमने एक साइंस सॉन्ग कॉम्पोजिशन कंपटीशन ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया है बच्चों के लिए, जिसमें वो एक अपना ओरिजिनल साइंस सॉन्ग कंपोज कर सकते हैं, म्यूज़िक दे सकते हैं और उसको वीडियो बना के हमें भेज सकते हैं। इसी के साथ हमने एक एसे कंपटीशन का आयोजन किया है और उम्मीद यही है कि विज्ञानिका 2020 कार्यक्रम बहुत ही सफल रहेगा।
Communication of scientific information and inculcation of citizens has never range of media channels and tools are utilized today to disseminate information about science and its advancements. Centered around the theme science communication and science literature, networking science and society, the International Science Literature Festival Vigyanika is being held to deliberate on the challenges of science communication. India has had a rich tradition of science literature in the country, reflecting social attitudes towards science and scientists. Vigyanika is being organized to critically evaluate scientific literature and many other issues through keynote lectures, panel discussions, scientific sessions, on leveraging science and technology for self reliance and global welfare.
Hello. See, on the live this thing, I'm on live. I find that Shekhar Mande's name has been misspelled as Pandey. Yeah, so I don't know whom to tell.
My
And
name
I
has
don't
been
know who
misspelled
to
as
plug in.
Pandey.
So can you do the needful?
Okay, so Nandan Kudedi just saying that.
I mean, live in the sense I'm seeing the. Yeah.
Thank you, Nandan. Thank you, Nandan, for pointing out.
Oh,
I've been re-Christian probably, but we'll correct it.
yeah. Oh, thank you. He heard me.
What long ago Shakespeare said, "What's there in name?" So
Okay.
एक और दिख रही है, मैं उनका नाम चेंज कर
11 बजे का सेशन है ना तुम्हारा टाइम फिक्स होगा सीधा तो वो नहीं किया अभी तक भेज दिया था 11 o'clock साइंस और लॉगिन करके वाशर सर से बात कर ले परीक्षा
इतना कर दिया।
नेटवर्क थ्री से कैसे कनेक्टेड हो इससे कनेक्टेड हो ना कनेक्टेड होता है छोड़ो ना इस पे इसको इधर
एक मिनट रुक जाओ, एक मिनट रुक जाओ।
चल तो रहा है चल गया
Sangeeta, even my name is misspelled. This is the opening of the IISF.
Nandan,
Yeah.
I could figure out that we can change your name. So just right click and it will say change name and then you can go and correct the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
And looks like you're using a Japanese version of Zoom. Not me.
Okay.
How are you, Professor Haksukin?
Fine. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So it's very good to meet you here.
Right. That's right.
Yeah,
Huh?
yeah.
Just
How is
before
it?
Christmas.
Good
Yes,
morning.
it's nearly Christmas.
Yeah.
So how is it going in Seoul?
Oh, it's very cold.
Wow. Yeah.
These days, usually minus 10 degrees Celsius.
Really? Wow.
Yes, very cold. Very cold. But today it became a little warmer. But recently, almost every day, it was minus 10 degrees by
Oh,
Celsius.
wow. Okay. In here, Jakarta is rainy season now. So it's
Oh,
a bit
I see.
cool. But you know, approximately the temperature is, you know, in the evening is about 25 centigrade. But in the
I see.
morning, afternoon, it's still 30 centigrade.
Oh, 30.
Yeah.
But it is comfortable, 30.
Yeah, it's comfortable compare, you know, very cold in there.
Right. Actually, today I received the message from post office saying that my thing to be sent to you is now loaded on airplane.
Wow. That's
It takes
great.
quite time, I think.
That's
Oh,
great.
anyway, it's really hard to send something these days
Yeah.
because of the so few flights.
Yes,
Between,
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
even to
And
the United States, it takes almost 1 month.
yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Even if
you
I,
know, COVID just changed everything in the world.
right.
Yeah, that's also my short talk for today, for this morning.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so we've got to wait.
I don't know. Yes, and now once
Yeah,
when
it's
Korean
already
time is
10. Yeah, and in Jakarta, the time now is 11:30 a.m.
in Korea 1:30 p.m.
All right. Okay. Yeah, because you are 2 hours advanced compared with you know Jakarta time.
I see.
I'm in 4:30 a.m.
Oh,
Oh, hello. How are you,
hello.
doctor?
4:30 a.m. So drinking coffee.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Yeah, early in
really?
the morning. So
Yeah,
you are in the UK, isn't it?
UK. Yes.
Yeah, that's right. We met last year.
I
Yeah.
see.
And I just suffered COVID.
Oh,
Now recover.
yeah. So you
Now
just drink
recover.
coffee for eye opener then.
Yeah. Yes.
UK seems to be in quite trouble these days.
Yeah.
Ma'am, shall we start?
Namaste, Bhatkar sir.
Namaste, namaste.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Let us start. Javed?
Good morning, everyone. I am
Yes.
from
morning.
CSI Healthcare, and I, along with my co-moderator, Dr. Malika Pathak, feel privileged to welcome you all.
Can you hear me?
To the 6th India International Science Festival. This 6th edition of IISF 2020 is being organized on a virtual mode during 22nd to 2020. I would request everyone to please mute your audio. The theme of IISF 2020 is Science for Self-Reliant India and Global Welfare. There are 41 events being held this year. CSIR Healthcare has been organizing Science Literature Festival since 2017 and now is also known as Vigyanika. Following the huge success of previous editions of Vigyanika, we are back again this year with lots of new ideas. Vigyanika 2020 is being organized by CSIR Healthcare along with Ministry of Earth Sciences and Vigyanika Bharati. The theme of Vigyanika 2020 is Science Communication and Science Literature, Networking Science and Society. As quoted by a famous American astrophysicist and science communicator, Neil deGrasse Tyson, science literacy is the artery through which the solutions of tomorrow's problems flow. Hence, science literacy among all citizens is absolutely imperative, especially in today's pandemic time, where the public should be regarded as active participant instead of passive recipient. During Vigyanika, we have planned discussions around communicating risks and disasters in light of the COVID-19 experience, science literature in regional languages, critical appraisal of biographies of scientists, scientific presentations, Vigyan Kavi Sammelan and Science Book Fair. We had also announced 2 competitions, science song composition and essay writing, and got a huge response. The winners will be announced during the valedictory session on 24 December 2020. Once again, I welcome you all to the International Science Literature Festival Vigyanika. To begin the inaugural session, I would request Dr. Ranjana Agarwal, Director, CSIR Healthcare and CSIR NISTADS, to deliver her welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Monica. Can we do a bit of, out of protocol? Welcoming late. Actually, Dr. Mande has to go for Mega Expo. So I think we should take his blessings first and then I can start with the welcome address. Dr. Mande, please.
Thank you, Ranjana ji. Thank you, Monica. Mr. Tathagata Roy, former Governor of Tripura and Meghalaya. Dr. Vijay Bhatka, National President, Vigyan Bharati. Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology. Dr. Ranjana Agarwal, Chief Coordinator of IISF 2020 and Director, NISTADS, students, practitioners of science communication, participants of the International Science Literature Festival Vigyanika, colleagues and friends. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to be here with all of you. We had a terrific yesterday evening session to watch Jupiter and Saturn in conjunction that was webcast live across India, and Vigyan Bharati did that to celebrate the starting of IISF today. So we have started on a very, very positive note, taking science to the masses. But it's only one aspect of science communication. Taking our enthusiasm to the general public It's a much harder problem than what all of us imagine in terms of writing, in terms of films, in terms of plays, and in terms of any other things that we think of. Taking our excitement to the general public is a very difficult task. But I'm very glad that Vigyanika is being organized under this backdrop for communicating science with the general public. Science communication also is extremely significant on today's time in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. As all of us are aware, there is some sort of a mega pandemic or rather infodemic that has broken out, which attempts to tell people many false stories about COVID-19. And we are fighting against that pandemic in terms of both the virus and also as the misinformation campaign against vaccines, against the virus, and so on and so forth. So science communication assumes even more important part in this particular time. I welcome all the science communicators, reporters, writers to this particular one and urge all of you to pay special attention to the COVID infodemic that has broken out. And it's our duty to tell people what is scientifically correct and what actually might be myths which people need not believe in. I am happy to note that the issue of communicating risks and disasters is being taken up as a panel discussion during the session in International Science Literature Festival, Vigyanika. This is an issue that needs to be deliberated at length, especially because wrong information could make the difference between life and death. India has a rich tradition of generating and creating scientific literature in regional languages. I am happy to note that Vigyanika also has a special session devoted to science literature in regional languages. In fact, India has a very rich tradition in storytelling. And through storytelling is actually what is a very powerful way of reaching to the public. And science communicators, writers, and everyone here in Vigyanika would also benefit by such storytelling kind of activities during Vigyanika. I wish all of you the very best in this particular endeavor, and let's have a big gala start of our celebrations starting now. Thank you all very much. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out from your busy schedule and honoring us with your presence. Now I would request our director, Dr. Ranjana Agarwal, to deliver her welcome address. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Monica, once again. First of all, I would say the commitment of Dr. Mande towards IISF. So that shows how much he was interested to join Vigyanika. And I think it is going to be the most successful event in IISF 2020. So with these words, respected Shri Tathagat Roy, former governor of Meghalaya and Tirupura, Dr. Shekhar Mande, DG CSIR and Secretary DSIR, Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, Adhyaksh Vigyan Bharati, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary DST, and we have international dignitaries with us, Professor Finaraya Lego, his Vice Chair, ASA Special Committee on Shared Communication Indonesia, Professor K.G. Suresh, Vice Chancellor, Makhanlal Chaturvedi University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, Dr. Kanan Purkayastha, Special Advisor, Science and Environment, Climate Reality Leader, Science Communicator, columnist and author, United Kingdom, Professor Gabriel Gomez, Professor, Department of Computing, Information and Mathematical Sciences and Technologies, Chicago State University, USA, Professor Hak-Soo Kim, former chair and founder, ASA Special Committee on Shared Communication in South Korea, and organizers of the event and dear participants. A very good morning to all of you. I believe IISF 2020 is starting with a morning session, and this is the first session of IISF 2020, and I am very happy to be part of it. I welcome all the members from international fraternity and national. I understand the time gap is there. Even then, they have accommodated that time and they are with us. So I welcome all of you with great warmth. It is India International Science Festival 2020 is being inaugurated on a day which is very all Indians. We are proud of that, that this is the birthday of Srinivasa Ramanujan, the greatest mathematician India has produced. And we celebrate his day, his birthday as National Mathematics Day. So I think this is the best Shraddhanjali, our honor to him to celebrate ISF 2020 on his birthday. Talking about Vigyanika, this event started in the previous ISFs, and this is International Science Literature Festival. We have heard of so many times of literature festivals, which are very popular not only in India, but also across the world. But giving special attention to science literature is something unique. Science literature festival are not are not many, and not many heard of science festival exclusively. But I think Vigyanika provides a platform to all science enthusiasts to have a feeling of science communication as well as science literature, scientific literature, because science and society, these are two integral part. If science is not communicated to the society, so sometimes society is not basically knowing what scientists are doing in the labs, uh, and what kind of scientific approach or scientific aptitude is required to build up a good social infrastructure, a good social ecosystem. So I think there needs a bridge between science and society, and science communication and science literature fills that gap very well. And Vigyanika, I must say, this is an international festival, international event where science communicators, people who are doing science literature, they come on the common platform, share their ideas, get the new ideas, how it should be disseminated in the society in a much better way, how it can be made interested, because India has a very rich tradition of Shruti, where we tell stories or poems, or performing nataks, some kind of things. So India has a very strong tradition in the past, and now with the modern tools available, social media, print media, digital media, I think the scope is so wide now that we can reach to the masses very easily. I'm very glad that Vigyanika has incorporated so many different segments, even different languages of India, because India is known for its diversity. So a special session has been created where Indian regional languages will be given importance, and biography of the scientists, so that the young generation can be motivated. They should feel proud of their science and their scientists. So I am very happy the way it has been chalked out, and I'm very thankful to all the invited speakers, resource persons, our chief guests of honor, for sparing time and be with us on this mega event. Again welcome them very warmly, and I am hope their presence will enlighten us, and we will be able to learn more and more to make science is a discipline which masses can enjoy. Thank you so very much for giving me time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, I would request our honorable and respected chief guest, Shri Tathagat Roy ji, who is the former governor of Meghalaya and Tripura, to address us. But before that, let me give you a brief introduction of our chief guest. Mr. Tathagat Roy served as the governor of Tripura from 2015 to 2018 and the governor of Meghalaya from August 2018 to the end of his term in August 2020. He was the 6th president of West Bengal State Unit of Bharatiya Janata Party from 2002 to 2006 and a member of the BJP National Executive from 2002 until 2015. Mr. Roy briefly had an additional charge of the Office of the Governor of Arunachal Pradesh from July 2016 till August 2016. An engineer by training, Mr. Roy is a former professor of construction engineering and the founder head of the department at Jadavpur University. So let us have the pleasure of listening to him. Over to you, Mr. Roy.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the entire audience and everyone seated on the virtual dais. I am especially thankful to the organizers of Vigyanika for having kindly invited me to this August occasion. Now, while introducing me, I must say that I would have been happier if you had mentioned my tenuous connection with science, in the sense that back in 1961, I was a recipient of the Jagadish Bose National Science Talent Search. Thereafter, I went to study civil engineering, but I can't say that the money that the organization spent on me maybe was not so very well spent, but that apart, let me get on to the subject. One thing that I perceive over here is that one of the objectives of Vigyanika is to popularize science. Science writing, popular science and such things are very, very important, because while India has had very great scientists in the past, scientists, chemists like Nagarjuna, then mathematicians like Lilavati, and philosophers and many others, thereafter we have seen that a lot of superstitions have crept into the Indian mind, which have muddled their thinking. And we are all, without exception, rural or urban, creatures or victims of some of those superstitions. The more scientific education that we have will help us in dispelling these irrational beliefs and disabusing the Indian mind of all this unscientific and superstitious beliefs. Just one or two examples that I'll give, and I'll also make a distinction between superstitions and religious belief. Go to the opposite extreme of thinking that the absence of superstition must end in atheism. It is absolutely not so. Religion can be perfectly consistent with science, at the same time disabusing the mind of any kind of superstition. I'll just give you one or two examples. Say, for instance, in Hindu, in the ancient times, in Hindu philosophy or Hindu practice of medicine, there were pharmacology had developed to a great extent. The science of using herbs had developed to such a great extent that one of the was developed from a herb which was prevalent in India, it's called Rauwolfia serpentina, which gave rise to the drug for fighting blood pressure. Of course, later on it has been supplanted by other and more effective synthetic drugs. This does not mean that we are free from superstition. Say, for instance, a lot of us would stop for a second if we are going out somewhere and somebody sneezes, or if a lizard falls from the roof. Now, there is no scientific basis in this thinking, but a lot of people think that it's a part of religion. It is not. It is an irrational part of not religion, but tenuous religious beliefs, which muddle our thinking. Then there are certain other beliefs which are prevalent among other religions also. Say, for instance, among Muslims, there is a belief that women ought to keep their head covered. Now, this is a perfectly harmless and valid bona fide religious belief. There is no harm in it. But I have heard some people say that this is necessary because the hair of women throw out certain rays which harm the males all around them. That is nonsense. That is the superstition. So it is most important that we disabuse ourselves with the superstitious part while
are to be fully followed, not only for yourself, but for your family, for your co-workers, for your neighbors, for everybody that you come across. I am so happy to note that International Science Literary Festival Vigyanika is a discussion on communicating risk and disasters. The COVID-19 experience, the pandemic experience has taught us that it is important for authentic information to be relayed to the public and to be relayed very fast. It is equally important to combat the flood of fake and inauthentic information that flows during such crisis. Do not rely only on what university for your information. Scientific information is not like other information, it's not like gossip. So one has to stick to the facts and evidence and to be weighed scientifically. So if we do that through communication, we would make our economy stronger. In fact, the flow of fake information during the initial stages of the pandemic that the WHO dubbed as an epidemic. For the first time, perhaps, digital conglomerates like Facebook, Twitter, and Google established special units to actively debunk and curtail the flow of fake information. In fact, this is a message for policymakers and authorities to strengthen communication mechanisms in scientific organizations, and also for scientists and researchers to engage with the public more frequently. The Department of Science and Technology has been funding, supporting, promoting science communication efforts through innumerable means and media channels for many years. Recently, we also initiated the AWSAR scheme. The full form of AWSAR is augmenting writing skills for articulating research to motivate young researchers, young scientists, PhD students, postdoctoral fellows to present their research in an easy, interesting, and understandable way to non-specialists so that everybody can benefit from the scientific information in the country. Under this scheme, the best writers are awarded. In fact, about 100 top popular science stories written by our young scientists are awarded. So that more of the scientists and researchers are motivated to write for public, apart from writing research papers. I remember delivering an address during the 2019 Vigyanika inaugural function where I said, science communication is as important for scientists as it is for the public. It is a major scientific social responsibility. In fact, when a scientist writes for the public, even his horizon is also widened. Because when you write for scientists, you are writing very deep and narrow. But when you are writing for people, then you have to think about how to relate your research to larger concerns of science and society. So this is very beneficial for the person writing as well as the people who are reading it. Vigyanika this year also has a special session devoted to science literature in regional languages. I think it's very important to realize and acknowledge the impact and reach of regional language communication in a country as diverse as India. And so efforts need to be strengthened to support and proliferate science communication in regional languages. DST has also been supporting such activities for several years. Friends, finally, I believe this dialogue and discussion about the reach and implications of science communication and scientific literature should continue along with deliberations on how to employ new and modern tools and methodologies to take the message of science to the citizens of the country. I hope International Science Literature Festival Vigyanika will play a very important role to its various forums and sessions. My very best wishes to all the participants, very best wishes to all the people who are listening to us. I want you to totally enjoy and learn from these sessions and spread the gospel of scientific communication far and wide.
We are very grateful to Professor Ashutosh Sharma, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, for his kind words. Thank you to Dr. Malika. I would now request you to take Zoom control. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. The next distinguished guest to honor us with his presence is Dr. Vijay P. Bhatkar, President, Vijnan Bharati, honored with Padma Bhushan, Padma Shri, Maharashtra Bhushan, and a string of national awards and honorary doctorates. Dr. Bhatkar is best known as an architect of first supercomputer, Param, and Viral pioneering contributions to information technology in India. Currently, he is the National President, Vibha, Chancellor, Nalanda University, and has been guiding India's notable national initiatives in science and technology as well as in arts and humanities. Sir, the Zoom is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. This is, I'm extremely happy that Vigyanika, like last year, is focusing on the communication of science, Vigyan, or Vijnan as we call it in Sanskrit and Hindi. And we have taken the task of a very important subject which is so dear to all the residents of, I think, the people of the world. Okay? The world has now 200 plus nations and several languages are spoken. And each community or each national is proud of his own mother tongue or language in which he speaks, or the national language he speaks. The question now comes, as far as science is concerned, it did not originate in English language. It originated, for example, we claim that it originated in Sanskrit. Some people claim that is in Arabian and Persian languages, and some people, people claiming it originated in Chinese. So there, I think, so it's a multilingualism what we are talking about, and how to communicate in the world, multilingual world, and issues of science, which is largely the research or communicated in English language. And this is a big challenge for everyone, all of us. In India, if I want to share that, now we have 22 scheduled languages, and all the languages, most of the languages are very rich. They have very rich heritage. They are very rich very rich dictionary, I think, and each one is very proud of that language. It is very important in that case these languages are preserved. In the world, there are 7,000 languages. I think totally all over the world, if you say count them, there are 7,000 languages. And but I think most of them are also just spoken languages. Very few are. I think there is really a great literature itself. Now the question comes: if today it is a scientific world in which science is dominating the progress of the nation or progress of the humanity, then if science is not available in our native languages or in our mother tongues or our national languages, then these languages will wane off. And this why several languages die every year. So when I noticed that many languages die every year, the question came in mind when I was given the responsibility of developing supercomputer for India. And of course, the technology is available. Computer technology originated in English language almost in Britain and in Germany. And most of the literature is available in English language. The question which came in mind that the computer is going to dominate, the communication is going to dominate, what would happen to our own mother tongues, our own native languages or national languages? So I started feeling at that time that more important than a national mission on supercomputing, more important was really to enable our languages with technology. And at that time, we were talking of 14 languages, national languages, scheduled languages, with 10 diverse scripts. And so I called my team. At that time, I remember that, of course, we are taking the supercomputing mission, which is, of course, there are many challenges in this, starting from chip design to the entire system designs. But we have more challenge, is national challenge to us, is that can we enable our languages, or which are long history, which are the history of thousands of years and so much of literature, but they don't have typewriters, they don't have printing machines, they don't have other technologies which are required for that, and computers are going to dominate in the future technologies. So I said we must enable our languages with our own Indian languages, not only for case for India, but for all over the world. And I would like to learn from the experiences from Korea, from Indonesia, from course, European nations, and from many other nations. I think how did they tackle that issue? This is the question which I am taking, and believe me, we took that mission in a very time-bound way. There was a challenge of various scripts, and along with English language, and along with, of course, the different, I think, in Sanskrit, and we have to develop that technology called multilingual technology. This is important. This challenge will come for everybody. I was so pleased when computers were being used for printing newspapers, which are not possible when he started this mission. And that was a game changer. Many the number of publications increased like anything with the technology was enabled with this. Because there was other older technologies, but when computers were endowed with many languages, with the standards, most important is the issue of standards, standard dictionaries, how the standard scripts, standard, I think, word processors, which will be required for that, and that was a big challenge. Now, I think we are discussing, because there is very short time, we are discussing the issue of, I think, can we communicate science in our own language? This issue has become very hot currently, and I think some leaders have taken, and rightly so, that people learn faster and better in mother tongues. Younger, particularly the school children, learn faster in mother tongue than a foreign language. And of course, that has been seen. If you communicate science to early students, starting from KG to the entire school level, and now there is argument also we should introduce for higher education. Also, we should be able to communicate in our own language, or in Hindi, for example, which we are talking about. So how to prepare the textbooks, how to prepare the material, the teaching material, learning material, and those questions have come. What I wanted to bring out is that the diversity of language is very important in the world. I think sometimes the English world would like to that English should be a de facto language. That's not a correct stand. I think we must appreciate, admire, acclaim the diversity of languages. I think in all media, and thanks. I think in India, I think the television has contributed to create it. Though there is no like a authorized national language, we are saying that everybody has voted for, but we have many languages, and we admire that kind of thing. And the media contributed to it, the computers contributed to it, computer printing, the newspapers contributed to it, so a significant way. And now, if science is not communicated, if you don't have equivalent word of modern science, for example, I was faced the challenge of talking about quantum mechanics in, suppose, say, in my mother tongue. And if there are no equivalent words in quantum mechanics, I will not be able to express myself. Similarly, in computers, if there are no computer vocabulary is not available in Marathi, for example, in or Hindi, for example, I will not be able to teach computing. So important to the population, of which only 12% speaks English today. When I started, it was only 2%. Now 12% speak English. So why I'm trying to bring is that is very important, and I think DSR, NISTAD, NISCARE, I think the institution, I think what Ranjana ji and other people who are leading this initiative, that we should be able to communicate in scientific developments in Hindi and other languages. This is very important. And this is precisely the issue we are discussing in Vigyanika. It's a very important issue. I must say that. Once, if we do not do that, our languages will, I think, remain behind. If it is not able to express the modern ways of, I think, the way the scientific way which is dominating the whole this human society and its heritage and culture, if it's going to dominate the culture, then I think it is not correct. And I think the planners have seen that we should be able to communicate in our native languages, and this is also the issue of many nations, I think. And that's why Vigyan Bharati, I think, which I represent here, and which is a partner in the in this along with the departments of science and technology, many ministries. We have taken that we should be able to write our research papers in Hindi, at least in other languages too, and we'll accept those papers, and they will be communicated to the people at large. So, and this is a very positive effects we have seen, that people are not able to write in English what they have done, but the students, and they are able to express themselves more in their native languages, and they are able to and so beautifully. We have a magazine, Science India, which we call it Science India, but right in Devanagari, and we have so many. I think this has a very such a positive impact. What we are seeing, this must be the case with all over the world. I think this issue of communicating in Spanish, communicating in Portuguese, communicating in their own native languages or Arabic is a big challenge. Must be big challenge, but we must address that. And I say, what is wrong in learning so many languages? Some people again that we cannot learn languages. I think we can learn English, of course, this is the international language. We can learn, for example, Hindi, I think, which is spoken large number of people in this continent and outside as well. And we can learn our mother tongue also. So we should be able to express, and multilingualism must be seen as this kind of thing, as a richness of the society. I think and that's why we appreciate, and particularly in Vigyanika, I think we will try to do that. That's our objective. We should be able to express in all media, in many languages, at least the general knowledge, we should be available to everybody. And it's coming more and more. We should be able to write our exam. That issue was some time back, and today we are able to competitive exams. We can participate in our own languages, and our stand is Vigyan Bharati stand, or the scientific our planners, our institutions, that whatever they do, they should be able to express in Rashtra Bhasha or Hindi equally well, and then people will understand, because the goal of this IISF is to reach out to the masses, and only 12%, even with all the dominance of English in schools, slowly this one, only 12% are able to understand English communication. So this is a view that we have taken. There are many challenges. I worked on multilingual technologies. There are several challenges which come in this country. The linguistic challenges are there. Of course, the script challenges are there. Standardization challenges is there. Preparation of dictionaries and then associated word processors and other the DTP frameworks. All are challenges which I think we have addressed some significant way. Not only we, I think, and there is also the world standards body which is trying to, I think, put together the how the standards should be developed in the world context. So I would say that we welcome our international participants who will be expressing their views on this, experiences from Indonesia, experiences from Korea, experiences from China, and of course other countries. Of course, UK has ruled all over the world, so they experience from many other most of the other countries also. But this very important issue of Vigyanika, which must be brought really in the front line for all discussions on science. So thank you indeed for inviting me, and it has been a great challenge for personally when taking this challenge of multilingual technology development along with supercomputing and advanced computing and multimedia computing, and I feel that our younger generation more and more should work on that, and should be make available this technology on this mobile. I think today it is such powerful device, so that we can preserve the richness of our languages of the entire humanity, and they must be preserved and expressed. So thank you for this one, and Vigyanika will take forward this issue every year. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out of your busy schedule and honoring us with your presence. May I now invite Professor Finaria Lego, who is the Director for International Relations of Indonesian Academy of Sciences and Vice Chair of ASA Special Committee on Shared Communication, Indonesia, to deliver her talk. Welcome, Professor Finaria.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to all of you, to our distinguished guests, colleagues, and organizers. In this occasion, let me convey my grateful appreciation to the organizing committee that I could be part of the Vigyanika 2020 and wish you success to conduct this prestigious event. Although our gathering is virtual, but this affects my pleasure and my honor to meet you all in this venue. Now, let me talk about COVID-19 pandemic, the lesson learned about that pandemic, which in the history of humankind, it has created the largest disruption in the world, affecting substantial sectors from health, education, to the global economy system. The tiny creature of virus could create chaos all over the world, change the reform and the common global interaction. All countries have reacted to the pandemic science on this pandemic, and the science is communicated, intertwined with economy and politics more than it used to be. People are confused, seek the knowledge of what you do to cure or to avoid coronavirus, and how to be safe and healthy. And at the same time, people are also exposed to millions of scientific and technical information, whether it's fiction or fake theories, or comes from untrusted source without the understanding of knowledge. So this is the specific COVID-19 pandemic essentially requires science communication. Science is the way out to saving people's lives. Science can and should contribute to the pandemic solutions and also mitigation, as well as to provide proper awareness and proper information. So that in this case, that the Indonesian Academy of Sciences with the stakeholders take the challenge to deliver public awareness of the facts regarding COVID-19. Series of online public discussion on science and technology were held to give appropriate scientific information that public should know about COVID-19 and to provide policy brief to stakeholders and government in anticipating more damage and mitigate the pandemic. So after those all series of public discussion, we can suggest that researchers from many disciplines should have contribution to the essential knowledge of decision making, because one science or one discipline cannot dominate the policy actions. Multiple expertise sources need to be embraced too, together with cross collaboration at all levels, national and international, to respond to regional and global problems. COVID has global potential complications. Diverse science and technologies should be prioritized as a basis of every policy-making process, resulting in evidence-based and accountable policies. This pandemic represents learning and is a warning from the earth, actually, to the global community. Human must be wiser, and each individual must behave not only as a consumer, but also as an enabler, because this pandemic is a result of other problems affecting all the environmental damage, etc., etc. Each individual has a personal and professional life, which can affect other people, systems, and policies. This is what and where the science communication is also needed. Each individual should have the intention to participate in overcoming systemic problems that intertwine. This specific COVID-19 pandemic clearly shows the important role of science communication from diversity of disciplines, as science is the way out to saving people's lives. Science can contribute to the pandemic solutions and mitigation, while the communication responds to the awareness, understanding, and countering the fake information. So I wish you all safe, healthy, and success. And also this is because this is the end of the year 2020. So I would like to convey you success in the year 2021 to come, with the big hope that this pandemic can be vanished very soon. By mutual understanding to appreciate our planet Earth, our only home, we can go hand in hand in a good networking for the important role of science communication. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. May I now request Professor K.G. Suresh, Vice Chancellor, Makhanlal Chaturvedi, National University of Journalism and Communication, Bhopal, to please share his views.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all the distinguished dignitaries, including Dr. Vijay Bhatkar and the delegates and distinguished guests from abroad are present here. My namaskar and good morning to you. First of all, compliments for hosting such a very important conference, even though it is on a virtual mode. This is too significant, particularly in the aftermath of COVID-19. This is a very, very important conference. When we, though Professor Vijay Bhatkar, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, everyone has already spoken a lot, and Professor Finaria also has spoken extensively about science communication. I just would like to very briefly state a couple of things which I believe are relevant. Generally, when you talk about, science literature, the reference is to scholarly journals, scholarly research journals. But when the theme is networking science and society, I believe that we are referring to popular science writing. When you talk about popular science writing, it means that you are going to appeal to the masses. The Honorable His Excellency Tathagat Roy has also talked about issues like superstition, which need to be countered in a, and Professor Ashutosh Sharma had spoken about the need to build, a scientific temperament, which is mandated by the Constitution of India. So how do we go about building that scientific temperament? That is something that is very important. Dr. Bhatkar talked about reaching out to the people in languages, in different Indian languages. I would add to that by saying that it should not be confined to languages alone, but also dialects, which may not be, which may not have its own alphabets, but which has a rich folklore, which have rich, folk traditions. Can we bring in, you see, generally when you talk about science communication or communication for that matter, today everybody talks about digital, the digital space, how to reach out to the younger generation in the digital space. I totally agree with that. I myself, having been Director General of the Indian Institute of Mass Communication and now Vice Chancellor of India's oldest and biggest media university, we have been focusing a lot on digital space. But please remember that in this country, even today, you have a lot of digital dark areas where electricity is an issue, where bandwidth is an issue, internet is an issue, and you have a large population which has not been able to take the benefit of online education because of absence, lack of resources. So that needs to be understood when we talk about the focus on a digital space should not make us oblivious of the importance of traditional communication methods. And when I talk about not just traditional communication, I'm not just talking about electronic media and print media. I am also talking about the folk media, puppetry. All these are still relevant. We need to, even today in many villages of Bihar, the folklore, the folk songs built around Mahatma Gandhi's Champaran movement are still being sung. Imagine, when did Champaran happen? And even today, the folk songs which were created at that time to create awareness among the people are being sung even today. So you need to create folk songs. You need to create, folk literature around it. So this is very important, to speak in a language which the common man understands. I would also emphasize here on the need to reiterate that cliche term, catch them young. It is very important that we, right from the school level, right from the primary school level, we are looking at building scientific temperament among the young students. Generally the tendency is, when we talk about science literature, generally what I find is science fiction. Please, it is important. Science fiction is okay, but then science has to be in everyday common language. We will have to bring in, look at the imagery of a scientist. You look at any cartoon show, and you look at any student literature. The scientist is a weird kind of a person working with a lot of chemicals in his laboratory. So even today you will hear a lot of youngsters saying that we want to be a doctor, an engineer, and they will talk about becoming a chartered accountant, a film actor, but very few students you will learn that they want to be scientists. Can we in them make scientists being a scientist glamorous? Can we make it attractive for them that being a scientist is being glamorous? And to that extent, I should say that there are films like Mission Mangal, which talked about our India's space exploits. I believe that we should focus on such films. This is just one example. There are many other examples where, even whether it is short films, whether it is about making science comprehensible to even the smallest child, to make him take an interest, so that he also doesn't think that being a scientist, not somebody being wearing different colors of sandals in different feet, or having long hair and working in some remote laboratory. Scientist is also a common person, like ordinary citizen like you and me, who can really make wonders. So let us glamorize science in the eyes of the youngsters. Let's not make it look something out of this world. That should not be there. That attraction should be there. And children's literature is where we should be focusing on. And undoubtedly, I would say that let us also focus on the so-called new media, it's also now old. I would call it digital media. The digital media space is now coming up with new methods, whether it is a YouTube platform or now the podcasts are becoming hugely popular. Can we tell interesting stories? Can we make through visual storytelling, powerful visual storytelling? Can we tell the great scientific exploits, the great science stories, the lives of scientists in very simple yet very visually rich language? Can we convey to them with a lot of photographs? Can we make it the Jupiter and Saturn that we saw last night? These are the things that are attracting the youngsters towards, let us turn them into huge national and international events. This COVID-19 situation, I see as a blessing in disguise, that today people are now looking for reliable, trustworthy information, because of the infodemic, the overdose of information. It is very important that we convey, because today I also say that, today the biggest university in the world is WhatsApp University. Everybody seems to be getting their information from WhatsApp, and it is conveying all kinds of nonsense. So I think it is important that scientific information in very simple language, comprehensible to the common man, in every Indian language, in every global language, in every dialect, should be conveyed. We should use powerful tools like community radio to tell these stories, to make it interesting. Let us not focus on science fiction. Let us talk about science to be weaved into beautiful stories that can be done. What is required is a specific task force for that, specific training modules for that. There is no dearth of talent in this country. What they require is a direction, is some guidance, and I'm sure the CSIR, NISCARE, and organizations like Vigyan Prasar, they are pretty competent to do it. And of course, Vigyan Bharati has been doing a wonderful job over the years. I'm sure that together we can all, and I can only assure you in the end, that as India's oldest and biggest media university, whatever role we can play in this direction, we will be happy to partner with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Suresh. It was a pleasure hearing you. Up next, we have Dr. Kannan Purkayastha, Special Advisor, Science and Environment, Climate, Reality Leader, Science Communicator, Columnist, and Author, United Kingdom. Dr. Purkayastha, the Zoom is yours.
Good morning. It is really morning here. It's 5:40 a.m. So distinguished guests and all organizers and all virtual participants, I'd like to express my gratitude to CSIR, NISCA, the Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Arts, Science, and Vigyan Bharati for inviting me in the Vigyanika 2020. It's an international science literature festival. I understand that the program is to promote science and technology and demonstrate how science can lead India towards a developed nation within a short span of time. So obviously this requires the engagement of public with science and celebrate the joy of science, and also to demonstrate how science, technology, engineering, mathematics, that provide the solution to improve our lives. I am sure that the platform that has been created by some hardworking and experienced people from CSIR NISCARE in collaboration with other organizations they are actually really inspiring the curiosity of the new generations. This include, but not necessarily limited to, the student, teachers, scientists, and general public. If I think From UK perspective, I can think of the British Science Festival, organized by the British Science Association, which is previously known as the British Association for the Advancement of Science, first held in 1831 in York, and annually at cities across the UK, which is in fact bringing scientists together to discuss their groundbreaking work with one another across scientific discipline and crucially with the general public. It was at this annual festival's major scientific advances were announced as well. For example, Joule's experiments on the mechanical equivalent of heat in the 1840, Bessemer's steel processes in 1856, the discovery of the inert gas argon by Rayleigh and Ramsay in 1894, the first public demonstration of wireless transmission over a few hundred years by Sir Oliver Lodge in 1894, and J.J. Thomson's discovery of the electron in 1899. These are all happened in the British Science Festival. Darwin published his The Origin of Species in 1859, but this book was discussed by T.H. Huxley and Wilbur Force in the Science Festival held in Oxford in 1860. Darwin was unable to attend at the time because he was unwell. It was at these meetings that the term scientist was coined and the dinosaur named. So there are a lot of dimension of the British Science Festival. The British Science Festival has inspired the growth of other science festivals in UK that are held in different cities such as Edinburgh Science Festival, Cambridge Science Festival, etc. It is interesting to note that since 2015, the British Science Festival has taken different shapes. It is now taking place on campus and also in the city center, different city centers in the country over 4-5 days in a year, focusing on cutting edge science, discovery, and innovation. The festival aims to showcase the research excellence of its host institution and explore the societal impacts and cultural applications of science, reaching tens of thousands of audiences, each year. As far as I am aware, in the same year, in 2015, first India International Science Festival has also been launched. So IISF is going hand in hand, as far as I can see, with some of the global initiatives. I also can think of early 19th century. In 1825, the physicist Michael Faraday, a member of the Royal Institution of Great Britain, who initiated the annual Christmas lecture in which scientists present a scientific subject to a general audience. These lectures continue to the present day and reach a large, mainly young audiences. I am sure similar model of science communication is happening in different parts of India. Science communication and science literature. Networking science and society is a very pertinent topic. Think about the coronavirus situation both in India and globally. This is now a burning issue. Communicating this issue with the society, clear, concise, and correct way is very important. It becomes more important for science communicator when the president of Brazil says the COVID vaccine can turn people into crocodiles. So because one of the roles of science communicator is to influence opinion. So we sometimes do not only transmission-oriented activity, but also we do transaction-oriented activity. That means a dialogue between a science communicator and the public. So, but the beauty of science and scientific literature is that it always welcomes change. This means that new data emerge and we change our hypotheses and theory. But this is sometimes problematic for the society. So uncertainty around the scientific finding and its effective communication with the target audience is an important issue. So in the UK, we have now moved from the public understanding of science to the scientist understanding of public. So when we think about any form of communications model like Shannon-Weber model of science communication, where we are encoding, transmission and decoding happen, or think about the inverted pyramid model of science communication, where foundation is at the top, we always think about the notion of the scientist understanding of public first. So above all, I'd like to say that the annual science festival will develop passions for science among the society, which will help to create the highest expression of talent. So CSIR and NISCAR and other organizations' activities are heading towards the right direction. Thank you for listening virtually my brief talk, and namaste.
Namaste, sir. Thank you, Dr. Purkayastha. We understand that because of the time difference, you had to really make an effort, as it was 4 a.m. in UK when the inauguration started. We appreciate and thank you so much on behalf of everyone. I would now welcome Professor Hak Soo Kim, former chair and founder, ASA Special Committee on Shared Communication, South Korea, to share his views. Professor Hak Soo Kim.
All right. This is Hak Soo Kim speaking from South Korea. Good afternoon. Now here is almost near 3 o'clock afternoon. First of all, congratulations on your 2020 International Science Festival. And also I appreciate your invitation of me on this important discussion. As already all of you mentioned, it is a really difficult period. In Korea, also we have now sharp increase of coronavirus. And so, excuse me, we have also a quite difficult time. Today, I'd like to raise another issue along with the science communication and also beyond the science communication, because as you know, science communication has focused on dissemination of scientific information, like coronavirus, what is a virus, what is a vaccine, such kind of things. Frankly speaking, in Korea, we have enough information about that. Every media disseminate such kind of scientific information, and also people have full access to that kind of information. But still we have many problems. Why? We have to think about that. That's why I want to raise another issue, which is effectiveness of collective life per se. You see that? In the global world, not only Korea, but also in any country, we have a big problem of ineffectiveness of collective life. You see that? And so science, that's why science communication is not enough. we have to deal with how effective to deal with this kind of a pandemic situation. You see, mask or vaccine is not enough, never enough. You understand? That's why I am arguing that we need to invent, develop collective teamwork, which is effective. In that sense, we need to develop effective collective life theories and principles of collective life, which is effective. I am arguing for that. That's why we need to think about kind of interdisciplinary or cooperative teamwork among scientists, public policymakers, and the public. You see that? Unfortunately, in social sciences, along with the democracy, we have thought about that, but wrongly, to my opinion. You see, the democracy is basically about collective decision making, not really collective problem solving. So, democracy itself brings lots of problems instead of solving problems. Obviously, any solution like technology has some side effects, brings more problems. You know, internet communication technology was supposed to be very effective in bringing collective life, cooperative collective life. But on the other hand, as we see the world, what do you see there? Actually, communication technology became impediment, harmful to collective life as a side effects, like more misinformation, more fake news, particularly by Trump, and so everybody now become familiar with misinformation, and then misinformation becomes a kind of a normal, ordinary life. How bad it is, you see? And so my arguing is that in this kind of a pandemic situation, along with that, we will have many more pandemic situations in the future, including climate change, population bomb, you see, resource shortage, energy shortage, all kinds of big community problems, global or local or country. That's why I'm arguing that we need to develop principles grammar. Again, principles grammar of effective collective life, which is quite different from current democratic principles. Otherwise, we are always in crippled situation and making our life and whole community life, whole global life worse and worse. We are experiencing that kind of situation. And so we have passed so much time, and so I'd like to just shorten time. That's why I am arguing. I have actually developed, I have tried to develop such kind of a principled grammar of effective collective life. But someday I will have a chance to present to you sometime in the world, obviously. So my argument is that science communication is not enough. Science communication should go beyond dissemination of scientific knowledge or information to developing effective collective life among scientists, public policy makers, and the general public. Otherwise, we are permanently crippled down. Be crippled down. Thank you so much for attention to my speech. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kim. Due to some technical glitch at both the ends, Professor Gomez, who was scheduled to speak, is unable to join us and deliver his talk. We will share his video message with the participants. His YouTube video message link is going to be shared in the chat box as of now. Now I request Mr. Hassan Javed Khan, Chief Scientist, CSIR NISCARE, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Malika. I think we have had a very wonderful inaugural session here. Former Governor of Tripura and Meghalaya, Shri Tadgata Roy, Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, Director General, CSIR and Secretary, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Dr. Shekhar Mande, Dr. Ranjan Agarwal, Director, CSIR NISTATS and CSIR NISCARE, guests of honor, participants of the International Science Literature Festival Vigyanika, colleagues from CSIR and friends. CSIR NISCARE has been organizing the International Science Literature Festival in various forms for the past 3 years, starting from the 2017 Chennai IISF. The earlier editions of the Science Literature Festival, now also known as Vigyanika, have been marked by extensive discussions on critical issues in science communication and different aspects of science literature. We hope to spark similar discussions in Vigyanika 2020 as well. Today's inaugural program has been marked by enlightening insights from esteemed dignitaries and experts, and hence it's my privilege to propose a vote of thanks. Let me begin by thanking the former Governor of Tripura and Meghalaya, Shri Tadgata Roy. Sir, your presence at the inaugural program of Vigyanika is highly appreciated and will motivate us to do much better in the future. I would also like to thank the Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Dr. Ashutosh Sharma, who, despite being tied up too many programs, sent his message through a video. Professor Ashutosh Sharma rightly underlined the importance of science communication in conveying authentic information and combating fake information, and also calling science communication a scientific social responsibility. We thank Professor Sharma deeply. We also acknowledge the insights provided by CSIR Director General Dr. Shekhar C. Mande during his address, and also for providing us his inspiring leadership always. Very rightly, he pointed out that taking science to the masses is the need of the hour. I would also like to thank Dr. Ranjan Agarwal, Director, CSIR NISTATS and CSIR NISCARE, for her guidance and support. Special thanks to all our esteemed guests of honor who have made this inaugural program an enriching experience with their addresses. Thank you, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, President Vigyan Bharati, Professor K.G. Suresh, Vice Chancellor Makhanlal Chaturvedi, National University of Journalism and Communication, Professor Haksu Kim from Korea, Professor Gabriel Gomez from Chicago, Dr. Kanan Pukayast from UK, and Professor Finaria Lego from Indonesia. I would also like to thank our collaborating partners, Ministry of Earth Sciences, and the coordinator from MOES, Dr. Bhavya Khanna, and Vigyan Bharati and our Vibha coordinators, Dr. Sangeeta Abhyankar and Dr. Malika Pathak, for all their support. Thanks are also due to the IISF Organizing Committee and the IISF Secretariat for their guidance, and the virtual platform team for streamlining the virtual operations of Vigyanika. My special thanks to all the participants and delegates who have joined us today for this function. I hope all of you benefit from the deliberations during the various sessions of the Vigyanika program in the coming 2 days. The Vigyanika program could not have been conceived and organized in such a short span of time without the enthusiastic efforts of my young CSA and SK colleagues, especially Monica Jaggi, Shubda Kapil, Sonali Nagar, Anirudh Tiwari, Manish Mohan Gore, Abhay Mishra, the Arts and Graphics section for their support, and Rashmi Sharma, the IISF coordinator associated with Vigyanika. I thank all of them. With this, I once again thank the former governor of Tripura and Meghalaya, Shri Tathagat Roy, for gracing this occasion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir, and all the esteemed speakers for making us aware of the need to communicate science both in regional languages and in English. International Science Book Fair is also being organized as a part of Vigyanika 2020. You are all requested to visit the stalls on the virtual platform. We will resume here at 12 p.m. here for a panel discussion. The theme of the session is Science Literature in Indian Regional Languages, and we have lined up many renowned personalities in that session. So we would be back in 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
ठीक है, हो गया बस.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye bye, everyone.
Malvika,
we have all three of you.
मालविका, कैन यू अनाउंस कि बुक फेयर जो है वो पैनल में जब साइट विजिट करेंगे तो साइड में है, दे कैन
yes ma'am,
राइट साइड में आइकन है, दे कैन गो टू बुक फेयर.
Right. So all of you have heard Dr. Ranjana. You have to go to the foyer, and on the right side there is the book fair in the lobby. Please kindly join us in the lobby for the science book fair, everyone. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And this is from all three of us. Bye-bye.
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 Have a great day.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Yes, you too. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
CSR निस्केर विज्ञानिका प्रोग्राम से जुड़ा है 2017 से, जब हमने चेन्नई में पहली बार राउंड टेबल मीट ऑन साइंस कम्युनिकेशन किया था। उसके बाद हमने लखनऊ में IISF जो हुआ, वहाँ पे हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। उसी के साथ अगले साल कोलकाता में हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। विज्ञानिका 2020 में दोबारा होने वाला है, IISF 2020 में। विज्ञानिका का जो एक सफ़र रहा है, वो जो बेसिक थ्रस्ट रहा है, वो विज्ञान लेखकों को जोड़ना, विज्ञान संचारकों को जोड़ना, जो विज्ञान में शोध कर रहे हैं उनको जोड़ना, और उनके जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं, जो विज्ञान संचार में, विज्ञान प्रसार में जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं और उनके क्या समाधान हैं, इसके बारे में चर्चा करना, इसके बारे में रिकमेंडेशंस देना, ये एक मेजर की पॉइंट रहा है वैज्ञानिका के कार्यक्रमों का। साथ ही हमने कोशिश की है विज्ञान का संचार कितने प्रकारों से किया जा सकता है, उसको भी दर्शाने का एक हमने प्रयास किया है। कोलकाता में हमने एक आचार्य PC रे पे एक साइंस ड्रामा प्रस्तुत करवाया। उसी तरह से लखनऊ के IISF में हमने एक चंद्रयान प्रोजेक्ट उस वक्त काफ़ी उफान पे था। हमने उस पर एक मोहिनी अट्टम नृत्य के थ्रू चंद्रयान के बारे में जानकारी उपलब्ध करवाई। इसी तरह से बच्चों को भी जोड़ने के बहुत हमने प्रयास किए हैं, चाहे वो साइंस कार्टून कंपटीशन हो या और इसी तरह से विज्ञान संचार के और भी कई तरीके हमने, कठपुतली का नाच, उसके थ्रू किस तरह से विज्ञान का संचार कर सकते हैं। 2020 में जो अभी दिसंबर में 22 से 24 में हम विज्ञानिका दोबारा से आयोजित कर रहे हैं, इसमें भी थ्रस्ट हमारा यही रहेगा। जो चैलेंजेस आए हैं विज्ञान संचार में, स्पेशली पिछले 8-9 महीने के दौरान जब कोविड पैंडमिक की वजह से बहुत से चैलेंजेस आए हैं, इस तरह की चर्चा हम करेंगे। साथ ही विज्ञानिका का एक मकसद और भी है कि हम साइंस लिटरेचर पे चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। उसी तरह से इंडियन लैंग्वेजेस में साइंस कम्युनिकेशन कितना हो रहा है, क्यों कम हो रहा है, या किस तरह से बढ़ाया जा सकता है, उसका क्या असर हो सकता है, इस पे काफ़ी चर्चा हमने की है। उसी प्रकार की चर्चा हम इस विज्ञानिका 2020 में भी करेंगे। इस साल भी हमने बच्चों को जोड़ने के कई तरीके निकाले हैं। तो हमने एक साइंस सॉन्ग कॉम्पोजिशन कंपटीशन ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया है बच्चों के लिए, जिसमें वो एक अपना ओरिजिनल साइंस सॉन्ग कंपोज कर सकते हैं, म्यूज़िक दे सकते हैं और उसको वीडियो बना के हमें भेज सकते हैं। इसी के साथ हमने एक एसे कंपटीशन का आयोजन किया है और उम्मीद यही है कि विज्ञानिका 2020 कार्यक्रम बहुत ही सफल रहेगा। CSR निस्केर विज्ञानिका प्रोग्राम से जुड़ा है 2017 से, जब हमने चेन्नई में पहली बार राउंड टेबल मीट ऑन साइंस कम्युनिकेशन किया था। उसके बाद हमने लखनऊ में IISF जो हुआ, वहाँ पे हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। उसी के साथ अगले साल कोलकाता में हमने इंटरनेशनल साइंस लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल किया। विज्ञानिका 2020 में दोबारा होने वाला है, IISF 2020 में। विज्ञानिका का जो एक सफ़र रहा है, वो जो बेसिक थ्रस्ट रहा है, वो विज्ञान लेखकों को जोड़ना, विज्ञान संचारकों को जोड़ना, जो विज्ञान में शोध कर रहे हैं उनको जोड़ना, और उनके जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं, जो विज्ञान संचार में, विज्ञान प्रसार में जो चैलेंजेस आते हैं और उनके क्या समाधान हैं, इसके बारे में चर्चा करना, इसके बारे में रिकमेंडेशंस देना, ये एक मेजर की पॉइंट रहा है विज्ञानिका के कार्यक्रमों का। साथ ही हमने कोशिश की है विज्ञान का संचार कितने प्रकारों से किया जा सकता है।
जैसे सागर खेल खेल में सीपे झोली भर जाता, जैसे बादल खेल खेल में रिमझिम बरसाता। खेले सीखे बच्चों को उड़ने दो, खोलो दरवाजे जरा धूप को आने दो। खेले कूदे नन्हे मुन्ने जो, उन्हें आसमां को छूने दो। खेले कूदे नन्हे मुन्ने जो, उन्हें आसमां को छूने दो।
जब तक बच्चे खेलेंगे नहीं तब तक वो सीखेंगे नहीं, और जो सबसे बेहतरीन चीजें सीखी जाती हैं वो खेल खेल में सीखी जाती हैं। इसलिए बच्चों को खेलने दीजिए।
आकर खेले बच्चे, स्वस्थ बने मजबूत बने। मिलजुल कर जब खेलेंगे तो दोस्त बने और टीम बने। खेल खेल में लीडर कोई, हीरो किसी को बनने दो। खोलो दरवाजे जरा धूप को आने दो। खेले कूदे नन्हे मुन्ने जो, उन्हें आसमां को छूने दो। जो उन्हें आसमां को छूने दो।
जब हमारा पूरा बॉडी उसमें इन्वॉल्व हो जाता है, हाथ पैर आंखें ईयर्स नोज हर चीज इन्वॉल्व हो जाता है, तब हर चीज याद रखता है।
खेल खेल में आड़ी तिरछी ड्राइंग इनको करने दो। जरा डोर को ढीला छोड़ो, इन्हें कल्पना के पर्दों। आशा और प्यार के रंगों को घुलने दो। नीले इस अंबर और धरती को रंगने दो।
जब बच्चे खेलते हैं तो उनके दिमाग का विकास हर तरीके से हो रहा है। तो अक्सर ऐसे लगता है कि बच्चा सिर्फ भाग दौड़ कर रहा है, लेकिन भाग दौड़ करते समय उसका शारीरिक विकास होता है।
खेले कूदे नन्हे मुन्ने जो, इन्हें आसमां को छूने दो। खेले कूदे नन्हे मुन्ने जो, उन्हें आसमां को छूने दो। खेले कूदे नन्हे मुन्ने जो, उन्हें आसमां को छूने दो।
Hello.
Yes, sir. Hello.
Hello, Monica.
Sir, this is Malika. Yes.
This is Nandan here, Nandan Kudyari.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We know, sir.
What I find is that my surname is misspelled. Can you make
Here.
it Kudhyadi?
Sir,
Okay, sure.
Yes, sir. I'm just doing it, sir. Kudhyadi, sir. Kudh. Right.
Yeah.
Right, sir. Is it okay, sir?
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, I think so. Hello.
Are you all fine?
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Is it possible for me to check my presentation?
I think Monica should be able to.
Inform, no?
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Hi, hello.
Hi, sir. So you want to share your presentation, right?
Yeah, just wanted to check if it works.
Sir, I think you have the option of share screen. If you can see.
Yeah. I'll do that. I'll open my presentation first. I'll just open my presentation and then share screen. No, I am not enabled to share screen. That's what I
Okay.
did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, Monica ma'am. Good morning.
Yeah.
Ashutosh here.
Yeah, now I am enabled. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can see.
Can I also just test whether the slides are moving? Are my slides moving?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's nice.
Can I also check for a moment the same with my slides?
Yeah.
Monica ma'am?
Yeah, sure. Rename mine. इसमें नहीं है. Okay. Let it go. Doesn't matter. जिनको पता है उनको पता है. ये आप वो कर सकते हैं कि actually हमने इसमें लॉग आउट.
Dr. Zavdekar also wanted to check out something.
Yeah, I'm checking, sir. One moment.
Same with me. Hello.
Not it. We can't see you yet. I mean, your thing is not shared yet.
Now, is it there? But not
Yeah, now.
yet. One moment. I'll try to do it first.
Now we can see it.
Is it full screen, sir, now?
Yeah, now we can see it. Yeah.
It's very much good.
Yeah. Is it moving also? Sequential?
Yeah, it's moving. Very much moving.
Yeah,
Good.
yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'll stop the sharing right now. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Kollegal, yes.
Okay. Can I also share my slides and check?
Sure. Try it out.
So we are about to begin in a minute, sir. Just a second, sir.
Can you see? Hello?
Yeah, it's there now.
Okay, right.
Okay, Kollegal, you can stop sharing so that we can begin the session.
Yeah.
Yes.
Welcome to all the panelists. I'll be out of the picture now. And
Yes, sir.
I will take
Namaskar.
over.
Yeah. Namaskar, sir. Namaskar to everyone. Welcome once again. I am Malika Pathak from Vigyanika Bharati, and I, along with my co-moderator, Dr. Bhavya Khanna, feels privileged to welcome you all to the panel discussions, Science Literature in Indian Regional Languages. Science fiction stories and sci-fi novels have an important role to play in taking scientific concepts to common man in the most creative manner. Some regional languages of India have more than 100 years history of sci-fi writing, whereas in some it is in the budding condition. Today's panel discussion is aimed at showcasing the science literature in regional languages in order to motivate upcoming sci writers to produce the works of international standards. The review may focus on certain noteworthy sci-fi writers or famous sci-fi books in a particular regional language, in addition to the general account of the science literature in the language. Experts are free to comment on the science literature in a particular language or compare it with the other regional languages or foreign languages within the time limited allotted by the chair. In this edition of Vigyanika, we have selected 3 languages from southern Indian states, Marathi, Tamil and Kannada, and one from the northeast, Assamese. As you all are able to see, Mr. Nandan Kuriyadi, in this edition, he's going to chair the session. But before we start the session, let me introduce Mr. Nandan Kuriyadi and our 4 experts. Mr. Nandan Kuriyadi has more than 65 documentaries to his credit on varied subjects. Several of them have won top national awards and have been screened at various international film festivals like Cinema du Rire, Paris, Tokyo, Brussels, Vancouver, Busan, Hawaii, Karlovy Vary, and others. He has to his credit 4 films on Srinivas Ramanujan and documentaries on Nobel laureates C.V. Raman and S. Chandrasekhar, as also Birbil Sahani. His much talked about film, Rashtrayatra, has won Golden Lotus National Award for the best non-feature film of the year 1995 and the best director for its sensitive and imaginative transposition of music into a dignified cinematic expression. It was chosen for the NHK Asian Film Festival at Tokyo, Indomania Festival at Paris, NetPac Asian Discovery Selection 1996. Nandan Kuriyadi graduated from Faculty of Fine Arts, MS University of Baroda, before specializing in film direction at the Film and Television Institute of India in Pune. He has worked with celebrated international filmmakers like Michelangelo Antonioni and Christoph Zanussi, apart from Manicol and Ketan Mehta. Until recently, he was a member of the Academic Council of the Film and Television Institute of India, Pune, and now a senior visiting faculty. Welcome, sir. We have 4 panelists who are going to share their views with us. Dr. Ashutosh Javadekar, Dr. T.V. Venkateswaran, Mr. A.S.K.V.S. Sharma, Professor Deepak Kumar Sharma. Now, let me introduce each of the speakers individually. Dr. Ashutosh Javadekar is a dentist by profession and an artist at heart. He is associated with Dinanath Mangeshkar Hospital, Pune. He's a famous writer in Marathi and English. As a singer and composer, he performs in his band called Laya Pashima. Sir, welcome, please. Then we have Dr. T.V. Venkateswaran.
Dr. T.V. Venkateshwaran is a scientist with Vigyan Prasad, National Institute for Science Communication, Department of Science and Technology, New Delhi. He's a well-known science writer, TV host, science education and communication expert, and a communication trainer. He regularly writes on the latest developments in Indian and international science in English and Tamil. Many of these are also rendered into Hindi and published in reputed print and online news magazine. He has authored more than 80 popular science books in Tamil and English. Some of them have been published in Hindi, Malayalam, Kannada, and Telugu. In association with Rajya Sabha TV, he conducts a widely watched television weekly show, Eureka, Conversation with an Indian Scientist, for the past 4 years. He's the founding chief editor of the Indian Science Wire, an online science and technology news feature service published by the Department of Science and Technology. He was instrumental in establishing the audio-video outreach coordinated national science communication program in Vigyan Prasad. His research field focuses on the circulation, reception, domestication of sciences in the pre-modern India, as well as R&D in the area of science education and communication knowledge products. So welcome, please.
Thank you.
Kolagal Sharma, ASKVS Sharma. Shri Sharma is popular as Kolagal Sharma among the readers of Kannada science literature. He has been writing popular science on current research and scientific developments since 1984 and has contributed more than 2,500 articles in Kannada in various newspapers and magazines. Also adept in writing popular science in English, he has written more than 250 articles in English. As an experimentalist, he has dabbled in translation, teaching translation of S&T text, popularizing science through audio medium such as All India Radio, community radios, and podcasts. Shri Sharma has 4 books to his credit, of which his Marala Milena Hajegola, sorry for my mispronunciation if any, received the Best Popular Science Book of the Year 2008 by the Karnataka Science and Technology Academy. He is also the recipient of the Best Science Communicator Award from Vision Group of Science and Technology of Government of Karnataka. He has been in news recently for Zana Sudi, his novel podcast in Kannada on Science News. The podcast made entry into the finalist list of the recently concluded Falling Walls Engage Meet of Germany and also got a mention by the prestigious journal Nature. Welcome, sir. Now we have Dr. Deepak Kumar Sharma. Dr. Deepak Kumar Sharma is a surgeon, poet, short story writer, novelist, dramatist, sci-fi writer, dictionary compiler, and popular science writer. He obtained MBBS and MS degree from Guwahati Medical College, Guwahati. Mr. Sharma is a medical reviewer and an associate editor of a medical journal. He has authored 5 storybooks, a novel, a book on first aid, a book on poetry, an Anglo-Assamese medical dictionary, and a book containing 18 novellas. He has written 5 chapters in reference books of surgery as a co-author. 4 docudramas written by him on health issues were broadcasted by All India Radio. His sci-fi stories are included in 2 anthologies of Assamese science fictions published by Sahitya Academy and Assam Science Writers Association. He has been the recipient of the awards from Assam Sahitya Sabha, Pathshala Sahitya Sabha, and Agrudu. He won 2nd prize in Northeast Poetry Competition. He received SD Sahiwala Memorial Trophy of IMA as Best Medical Literary Person in 2007. He was conferred Award of Excellence by International Journal of Health Research and Medical Legal Practice in 2018. Sir, you are also welcome, please. Now, may I request Mr. Nandan Kuryadi to chair the session, please? Sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's really a great honor and a privilege to chair this session with such fantastic experts on the panel. And it's really very interesting to find that we are going to be talking about science fiction in particular. You know, the earlier inaugural session had an expert who in passing felt that science fiction is not really so important vis-a-vis science communication to encourage youngsters to take up science as a career and he suggested that there should be more biographies to be written and other such things. I have no problem because I make science films and I specialize in making biographical films. But I really felt that here is something which is not quite understood. Most people feel that science fiction is all fiction, has no science. Now, one of the things that one realized, I mean, when I go back to my own understanding of science fiction, and what one can see is that people who are actually scientists and take up writing fiction in that sense, put in a lot of science in it in a way which will be understood, which will be entertaining, and does not digress from. They don't take liberties with the concepts. But we also have scientists, science fiction writers who are not so particular about, being absolutely correct about the 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 concept, or they use futuristic settings and so on, without really creating anything which is important, in the sense that it does not, they would use scientific jargon and all to create a certain sense of credibility, but their aim is not necessarily to give any ideas about science. It's more of entertainment. And then of course you have science fantasy people, who go into total fantastic situations which do not have any understanding, do not have any reference to science per se. So, I mean, this is why I think most people think that science fiction is not the right uh, uh, platform for science communication, But we have, at least in Marathi, we have Professor Jan Narlikar or Arun Heblekar, Mal Fonke, and others who really kind of put in the effort to explain and create absolutely fantastic science communication platform. Use science fiction as a platform for communication and popularizing science. Now, this is important, and I find that on the panel we have two people who are practicing scientists, and are writing science fiction, and that really is very interesting to kind of find from them as to how they go about it and what is it that really takes them forward and encourages passionately write about it. Maybe we could start with Dr. Ashutosh Javadekar. Please, he would be talking about Marathi science fiction. And I think, per se, I think we know what science fiction is. So, it would be interesting to find his take on the kind of writing that is done in Marathi. And we have very, very rich
Yes.
literature of science fiction.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Javadekar.
So, without talking much about the preliminaries about science literature, the critical axioms for it, the general layout of it, I'll be more focusing, concentrating, considering the time span on the science literature in Marathi per se today. I think that would be viable. Let me just share the screen and I'll begin in a moment. Please give me one moment. Is it full screen or it's not full screen yet? Mm, there has to be some error. Just a moment. We just tried
Uh,
and checked.
can I suggest you how you should do it? I mean, you stop sharing first of all. Then what you do is that you open your application. That is, if you are using PowerPoint presentation, you open your PowerPoint presentation, open your slides, then share the application. Then you will be able to get. Okay, so you quit the screen share, come out. Now you open your application, please.
I'll again redo it. We just checked it 2 minutes ago. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience.
No, that's okay.
Let me again check it.
There are so many applications and we are all confused between one and another. That's okay.
Now let me again check if it's working.
Now when you share, there'll be something like don't scare the screen. There'll be something like yeah, now we are getting it.
I think now it should be visible.
Yeah, it's visible and fine. Perfect.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, one moment. Let me try to maximize it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now I think we are good to go with.
Yes, sir, you're good to go.
So, hello everyone. It's first of all, let me thank the team and the organizers of this prestigious event because today, in times of the COVID, everything is online, and this was a high need for the event like this to go online before 2 3 years, in fact, if you ask me, because all the people across the India, even who are staying out of India, would be able to access this and record it if they want to for the further studies. So today, let me first thank the organizers for that, and let me begin with my presentation. It's science literature in Marathi. So when I'm talking of the science literature in Marathi, those two phrases, science and literature, they first make me stop for a while and think. Sometimes those two phrases, they appear so ironical, so polar to each other, opposite to each other. Especially, I recall that my graduation is from science fraternity. I am BDS, I am dentist, and topped in it also. And then in many subjects of BDS. And then I did my post graduation in English language and literature, and I did it from University of Pune, and I am gold medalist from it. So I still recall that while I was doing Masters of English literature, everyone used to skeptically ask me, "Are, why you are leaving the science fraternity and why literature?" Okay, so we have this notion that science and literature cannot go hand in hand, or sometimes there are people who would think that science is something which is inevitably better, superior to the concept of literature, and then there are super elitists throughout the globe who proclaim that literature is something which is a very dwelling at the higher realm as compared to the science, when in reality, since I hail from both the fraternities now, science and literature, from my own experience and my own thinking, I feel that both science and literature, they not only go hand in hand, but they are aiming towards one and the same thing, to find the truth, to find the ultimate truth. The ways might be different, and of course, they are different. So, when we are talking of science literature, we are really talking of something which is a broad concept. And Marathi is a rich language. Everyone knows about what kind of rich heritage Marathi has got, at least in India. So, science literature has to be there in this language. And let's just unfold the travel. So, it was June 1900, many years ago, around 120 years ago, when there was a magazine which was titled as Kerala Kokil. Now, even I am surprised that why the magazine was named as Kerala Kokil, which was which used to get published in Marathi. I really don't know. But that Kerala Kokil magazine published the translation of this peculiar novel by Jules Verne, and From the Earth to the Moon. I think the original novel was published in 1888, and the translation was published in this peculiar magazine in Marathi from this peculiar book in series, sometimes short spurts, sometimes the bigger essays. From 1900 to 1906, 6 years, Marathi readers used to grab the copy of this peculiar magazine primarily to read the translation of it. So, though it is not a science literature in Marathi per se, it was the point of catching attention of the readers towards the concept of sci-fi. Now this is very important because you need to make the people, make the readers aware that something anew is happening in the field of literature, and this precisely happened. Surprisingly, no one knows the name of the translator, and that's why I haven't written it. It was a custom of that time that translation was considered to be little inferior as a critical axiom. So many translators used to avoid, putting their names instead of the times of today's. So we don't know the name of the translator, but this was the very big change, and it diverted the Marathi readers to the concept of sci-fi. Then 1916 was a big turning point in Marathi when almost 4 to 5 stories got published on the lines of science fiction. Out of those 4 or 5 science fiction stories, 3 were what probably we can consider as truly science fiction natured kind of stories. First was The Divine Light of Invisible X-ray by a writer of who was a very favorite writer of the contemporary readers. His name was Va. Joshi. That was the kind of abbreviation Marathi writers used to do, Va. Joshi, instead of V.M. Joshi. So it was based on the X-ray. The X-ray was such a novelty that time, the whole concept and everything. And there was a very false research also which was coming up. It must be a kind of pseudoscience, but it stated that women are not able to see with their left eye as clearly as that of men. So the writer has incorporated these two ideas of the X-ray and the inability of the women to not see as clearly as men from the left eye, and he wrote a very brilliant story, Divine Light of Invisible Ray. Then there was a story named as Radium, as you can see in the second point, and the third story was equally important, the title of which was 2018. Now, while I was typing, 2018 appears to us such a cliche because we have been writing 2018 for the whole year 2018 on our checks, on all the documents, everything. But T.V. Devgirikar was the name of the author. I haven't read this story because it's not available anymore, at least not to me. I tried a lot, but it wasn't available. But the title was very intriguing. And the gist I got, which was very intriguing, in 1916, he was talking of how the Marathi milieu will be there in 2018, which is very interesting concept. So 1916, which is pretty early period, we had good, nice science fiction stories, as science fiction must be, as Nandanji was just telling. It wasn't only about the fantasy, it was the fantasy which was rooted in the realm of the science, as I spoke about Divine Light of Invisible Light. Then in the 1908, there was an attempt of writing a science fiction novel. Now we always have this binary that science fiction stories and I mean the science fiction stories and science fiction novels. So there was a very popular author of the times. His name was Nath Madhav, and he wrote a novel. There is a mention that he wrote a novel, Sri Nivasa Rao, the details of which are yet not clearly in front of the academia. But in 1908, at least there was an attempt of writing a sci-fi novel. And now the real trouble came later. One would assume that the journey of the science fiction, which began as early as 1916, would be progressively growing in all dimensions in Marathi. Unfortunately, it didn't happen that way. It didn't happen because of many reasons, probably social, political, everything. But the main reason, in my opinion, was also the very lax kind of response of not the readers, but the critics, of the times. So they used to either ignore or deject or sideline or heavily criticize whatever was coming up as a science fiction. And so many good writers, they tried their hands in the field of science fiction during 1920s to 1940s, but then they left that peculiar genre because of the pressures of the critics of the day. And that also explains a lot why critic is important, why a good critic is important in formation of any literary branch. So here is a question by a very famous writer. His name is Bhara Bhagwat, that is BB Bhagwat, who created a character named as Faster Fene, and it was a movie also which recently was picturized in Marathi. So B.R. Bhagwat is very famous for his young adult writers, uh, kind of seminal work which he did in that peculiar genre. But at the same time, way back in 1936, he wrote a very lengthy story, and it was titled as Mangalavarchi Swari, Voice to Mars. So the concept was scientific, the study was rigorous. The editor, this is very interesting anecdote. The editor of that peculiar magazine, who was going to publish this story, he asked in a no nonsense manner to the writer that is this story original, or have you done translation, or have you copied? Because science was such a new thing, sci-fi was such a new thing, that the editor must be very stern. And yes, it was right of him to ask such a question to the writer who was young budding, that is it your original work? And the answer by B.R. Bhagwat, which he gave way back in 1936, even still in 2020 holds true. And that's why I'm going to recite it here. What B.R. Bhagwat answered back was, he told the editor that, sir, the germ is not mine. The very concept is not mine. It's the science. You have to borrow it from the science. But the narration is mine. The characters are mine. The story outline is mine. The beginning, middle, and the end of the story is mine. So I think his answer exactly defines how a science literature in a broad sense also should be like. It should be stemming from the germ, which has to be borrowed from the science, which has to be borrowed from the science, maybe futuristic science, but it has to have a base of the science. And then the story writing, character developing, plot, everything will have a bearing of what probably Aristotle was talking about. So the science literature hails from the very strict regime of the science, and then it travels in a light speed towards the very equally strict regime of the writing discipline. So both the science and literature, they are the person has to be really capable of understanding the nuances of both these fraternities. So from 1940 to 1917, no takeoffs, no takeoffs. Marathi was really lagging behind in terms of the science fiction, probably because of not only critics but even writers. There was so much of a new literary kind of creation which was happening that time in Marathi, in form of plays, in form of, because plays are very powerful in Marathi. Bengali and Marathi theater is very strong. You are aware of it. So there were so many new plays coming up, so many new poems. There was a movement of new story writing, but science fiction was somehow lacking. The critics many times they were dejecting the sci-fi either into the children's stories, like what happened with BB Bhagwat, or the mystery writing, like how it happened with a writer named as Narayan Dharak. It wasn't a mystery writing. He was writing, I mean, he wrote many other mystery kind of stories. He had the elements of all the paranormal as well in other literary form, other literary books of his, but he wrote many stories which can and should be called as sci-fi also, but critics failed to gaze at that. So there was a bias, and the critics were ill-equipped, and that precisely probably led it to not really a good starting point in that peculiar period for science fiction in Marathi. And then came, as Nandanji was right now telling, a scientist, astrophysicist of having a global reach and global importance. And his name was Jayan Narelekar. And when a person like Jayan Narelekar, who is equally competent with science as well as the Sanskrit poetry, and when he decides to write down for the masses to understand and propagate the science through the vehicle of the literature. That is his own ideology behind writing science travel. What happens is a very new, fresh wave of science fiction starts in that peculiar language, which precisely happened in Marathi. So here is a quote by Jainji. Can scientists write good science fiction? Certainly. With their knowledge of the subject, they start with an advantage. But boldness and vision are needed to make it good science fiction. How deftly, how accurately he puts out all the criteria which are needed to write a good science fiction. That it has to have a base in science, but at the same time, there has to be some boldness and some vision, because at the end of the story it's fiction as well. So those who criticize the element of fiction in the science fiction, they need to understand that in the science fiction, fiction is equally important as of the science. So that's what precisely Jayanji was telling about. Here we can see the two covers of it. One is Antararatil Bhasmasur. Now, Bhasmasur is a very great mythological Indian concept. We know you cannot translate it in English. So the very title itself suggests how the Indian sensibility has been fused by Jain Narlikar into astrophysics. So he's talking about Antarara till Bhasmasur, the Bhasmasur which dwells in the realm of universe. So it's a collection of the stories and beautiful stories. There is one story I still recall. I was I think around in 8th or 9th standard. I was reading this book, and there was a mention in the story that all the morning, at the time of the morning, all the kids they get ready for the school, and then Jain Narilikar stated that instead of going to the school, they just sat in their bedrooms, switched on their televisions because the computer was in not work, and everyone, the teachers, were visible on the screens. So I still recall the kind of wonder I had while I was reading that in the first time while I was in 8th or 9th standard. Oh my God, you will be sitting in your home and the teacher would be teaching you across, and all the students would be there on the screen. How is it possible? Naralikar must be far-fetching his ideas. And now what that's precisely that's happening in throughout the world in this year 2020 because of COVID. No one is going to school. All the children, they are having the sessions online. So that's the power of a science fiction. That 30 years ago, this person depicted something based on the realm of the predictive science that this would happen. And it happened because of COVID in wide prevalence. There is this book named Preshit. It's based on the concept of the Cyclops in the US as well. And here is the master, Jay Narikar. So his uniqueness lies in many points. His being astrophysicist, his love towards Sanskrit poetry, his childhood background in Benares. Now, I think when you have several kind of shaping influences in your life, your literature is bound to be very rich, because he wasn't a person who is just born and brought up in the very routine middle class family of Pune or Mumbai or Nagpur or any other city in Maharashtra. No, it wasn't the case with him. So he was born and brought up in Banaras, and then he went to London, and he became a global personality. And all those features, they seep into the characters of his fiction. So there is this unique Indian sensibility, as I was telling about, and there is a constant fascination in Narlikar's mind to move away from Earth, to find the life away from Earth, to find the existence of the meaning of this earthly life in connection with the life outside of the Earth. So the first part, any good writer is basically trying to explore that. What's the true meaning of this life? Any good writer is basically handling this question. Any good writer or poet. What Narlikar is doing is he's handling this question in terms of the possibility of life outside the realm of this peculiar planet. And then he has excellent command of characterizing, and because he is such an authority in the science, his books not only became popular but paved the path of the future Marathi sci-fi. And his work is translated in so many languages. Like here is a book, Vaman Paratna Ala. It is translated in English. It is translated in Hindi, Vaman Nahi Aata Hai. And it is translated also in Russian, I think French, Spanish, Italian. I was just checking his website. So I think that's why I dwelled little more on him. it would be injustice on other writers, but still I'm doing it because he was, in my opinion, a pioneer kind of person who, for our generation, became a keyword when we spoke of sci-fi in Marathi. Niranjan Ghate is very well-known author as a science fiction writer, but more importantly, he is the one who spearheaded the movement of science fiction. And he's a very good critic of science fiction. Then there is a big divide now in Marathi of sci-fi stories and sci-fi novels. And you know, all the story writers who only write stories, they always have a habit of criticizing those who write lengthy novels. And all the novelists who write a book of, say, 400, 500 pages, they have this perpetual habit to demean the story writers who are writing a story of, say, 10 or 15 pages. But actually, any literature is good literature if the content is good. So luckily in Marathi, both the forms are there. As Nandanji was mentioning, Arun Heblekar, he dwells more in the realm of the novels than, but more and likely, stories are more prevalent than novels in Marathi even now. So I don't know exactly how the percentage might be, but if you ask me, it will be around 70 to 75% of science fiction in Marathi is stories, and 20 to 25% is novels. And let me express my extreme disappointment that there is no science fiction poetry, almost redundant in Marathi, which is a bit surprising because Marathi has a very rich poetry scene, even now. Even on Facebook, on Instagram, if you go and see the social handles of many Marathi youth, then you will see the poems written by them. Poems is such a kind of pastime hobby also. Not all the poems are great. Let me add that. But I mean, those young writers who are listening this right now and who wish to write something in Marathi, please try science fiction in form of poetry. Bal Phonke, Lakshman Londe. These are again two people who were very significant. Bal Phonke, he was yeah, you were mentioning Bal Phonkeji. He was a nuclear biologist, working as a nuclear biologist. So his realm is again just like Jayan Naralekar, very seminal work. And today's time is just 15 minutes. So unfortunately, I couldn't dwell on each writer in depth. But these are some key people who have Subodh Zavdekar. I haven't added many names over here because it doesn't make any sense just to enlist the names of the writers. But Subodh Zavdekar, he held from IIT. So he also wrote in the contemporary times. In the last 20 years, he wrote equally brilliant science fiction stories. Now, coming to the last point, will science fiction in Marathi grow? That's a question. Because let's talk of future instead of the past. Number one, will it grow as compared to other forms of literature? In my opinion, it should if the right impetus is given by the critics and the readers and the publishers. The role of publishers is also so important. Why the publishers are not commissioning a good writer? Why are they not behind the good writers and insisting them to study some science and write? That's my key question. So if decided, yes, why not? Because there are very good people in Marathi, young writers who are my friends, who have degree of science, either medicine or engineering or some other form. So they have basic tenets of science very clear. So they can write. Then the second question is, there has to be a good rational statistical study of readership of science fiction Marathi. What is the age? Are the people in the young age more interested as compared to the older ones? Is there a gender predilection? Because there are so many less women writers who are writing science fiction. And if yes, why? Of course, there are so many brilliant scientists who are women. The brain is not differentiated as far as the science is concerned amongst the both sexes. That's why women writers are not really keen upon, for example, exploring the love in terms of science fiction. They could do, but I don't think that they are doing it equally as the main writers are doing. And the last thing is the tendency to reject one's own work as a science fiction changing. There is an incident that Arun Sadhu was a very great editor of a newspaper, leading newspaper in Marathi, and who wrote brilliant political novels. He wrote a novel titled as Sport. So that explosion, sport means explosion. So he wrote that novel, And everyone, including Bal Phonke, while writing the review, termed it as a science fiction because it was. But then the writer, he declined that, no, I have not written science fiction, in spite of the fact that it was very science fiction. So why a good writer would feel, would have this kind of, compelling to deny one's own work to get categorized as a science fiction? Do they feel that the real writer doesn't write science fiction? Do they feel that science fiction is something which is little subordinate as compared to the main literary genre? And if they have that feeling, are the critics blameworthy? Are the readers also blameworthy? These are very poignant questions, probably not only applicable in Marathi, probably in all regional languages, if you ask me. So the scene is changing, luckily, because we have now social media. So there is a new writing, the plethora of new writing by young writers. They write some posts. They don't write stories anymore. They don't write big novels anymore. They write posts, and the post resembles science fiction. So I don't know how to categorize that. As a critic, my fourth book, which was published recently, it is titled as Wah Mantana, while uttering Wah. So I was talking about the literary appreciation, and I mentioned in it that the posts is also a kind of, the Facebook post, Instagram post is also a kind of new literature if it has a literary value in it. I find so many Facebook posts having the value of science fiction, having the value of science fiction. So it may be a new form of writing science literature. Second point, new platforms for the budding sci-fi readers and writers. One is social media, but then there are other platforms which are also available. Like the people are actually meeting up, gathering up. The literary associations in last 10 to 15 years, many departments of Marathi across Maharashtra in last 10 to 15 years have organized many conferences on the theme of science fiction, which is a very positive sign. And lastly, the changing axioms of new age critics towards the sci-fi, like the cover of the book, Dr. Bagul. So she has written this book, Marathi Vigyan Sahitya, Samiksha va Saushadan, the criticism and research based on the Marathi literature. So we need many, many more books like this also to end with. And so let me thank once again all the very good people who are panelists here. Nandanji, who really introduced and set the mood for today's discussion, the organizers and the team members, and most importantly, you audience. Thank you so much for allowing me to express my views on this peculiar topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashutosh. That was really very, very good.
Thank you, sir.
You've covered the historical overview as well as what to expect in the future and what is needed, because that is important. Most people have no idea what science fiction is.
Yes.
Like I mentioned about the earlier. Yeah. But here I remember that, way back in 1896, J.C. Bose, Jagdish Chandra Bose, wrote the first science fiction short story, Nirudeshar Kahini, and he then continued and wrote short stories. So that's the kind of passion that scientists have to kind of communicate their ideas, communicate and inspire people to look at science in a different way, popularize science, and that brings me to Venkateshwar, and he has already been introduced, so I don't want to get into further. But our association has been very long, and he would be the right person to talk about Tamil. And Tamil has, again, a very long history. So, but TVV, just try to make it short because there are other two speakers on.
Sure. Thank you.
Right?
And hope my presentation is visible now. Can somebody just confirm it? Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Full screen.
So first, let me start with a wish on the National Mathematics Day. Today is the birth anniversary of Srinivas Ramanujam. and paying homage to him. This is also the 100th death anniversary of Ramanujam. So paying homage to him, let me start. When we talk about Tamil, it is, can people mute? I think there is a feedback coming in. If you talk about Tamil, I mean, Tamil is spoken and also official language or at least additional language in many countries around the world. Like Sri Lanka, Singapore, it's official language. In many countries, these are all additional language. So when you talk about Tamil literature, it's not just what is coming from Tamil Nadu or in India, but also from world over. A lot of people write from different parts of the country. I'll introduce a few. So when we talk about science literature, there are possibly four major streams. One can talk about science fiction or use of the narrative of fiction to communicate science, poetry, and feature films. I'll just touch upon few of this aspect. When we talk about science fiction, we are essentially talking about a world other than our own, maybe even another universe. It may be Mars, it may be a world where there is no aging. So in a sense that we are talking about what if something happens. I mean, we get into that speculation, and we are using the idea, that is some idea from science, as our hero. What if the world is occupied by robots? Then you have Asimov, 3 laws, and so on. If that world has to be sustainable, there has to be certain order. Then the 3 laws of Asimov and blah blah and so on becomes essential. So that's how you construct science fiction. That's about science fiction. When we talk about using fiction for science, it's a narrative strategy. You create characters. It may be human characters, or you may anthropomorphize animals or objects. That is, animals starting talking, etc. Through this, you are bringing in human element, the power of fiction to communicate science, and also dwell upon science society interaction. When we talk about science fiction in India, I have to say that the very first science fiction in India was written in 1835. The title is The Journal for 48 Hours of Year 1945. That talks about the war for Indian independence. I mean, very close. India got independence in 1947. Imagine somebody writing in 1835 this story. Okay. Or you take the science fiction Sultana's Dream by Hossein. They all talk about a future world where things would change from what it was. Like India would become free, or there'll be a women equal opportunity for women. These are Asia areas that it talks about. So in a sense, there has been a very strong element of social critique in science communication in India. That similar thing that you see in Tamil. If you look at the first two science fiction stories, they are both written by Mahakavi Subramanya Bharatiyar, who is more known as a poet and essay writer than more as a short story writer. He has written quite a bit of short stories. One of his short story called Kakai Parliament, basically Parliament of the Crows. The hero of the story or protagonist of the story has learned the language of birds, so he is able to overhear a group of crows talking. So these crows have come from Russia, where the Russian Revolution has taken place, and they are talking about how the world is changing over there, and it is saying that would the human beings learn this lesson and also change themselves. And then they are saying that only now they are learning to share like crows. So that's a sum and substance of that story. The second story is Jnanaratham, basically chariot of wisdom. So it's a chariot which can fly to different logas, like Gandharva Loga, Satya Loga, and various log that is being talked in Hindu Puran. And the protagonist, again nameless protagonist, it's in first person, so one can think that it is Bharatiya, but he doesn't name the person. Ghost visits this different log and then gives a description of what is there. This is not Puran. This is actually a criticism of the conservatism in the society. For example, in one of the log, in the Satya log, which is the last one, the chariot visits, the women come and say that women are not less equal to men. There are no caste, there is no caste division. Everybody is doing all work, and so on and so forth. That's how the story is created. Here, for example, the Jnana Rhythm does not go to Mars or Venus, but it goes to other worlds which we are familiar from our cultural cosmos. These are the first two Tamil science fiction, if one has to look at the history of Tamil literature. So going further, there are Humpty number of people who have written science fiction in India. For example, here you will see one person called Pon Kulendrat. He is a person who is living in Canada. So this science fiction called Time. Okay, it's a short story collection titled Time. This has come from Canada. And anyone who talks about science fiction in Tamil cannot but recall the name of Sujata. I mean, it's an author who wrote in his wife's name. He is one of the person in the contemporary times who has introduced science fiction genre in Tamil in a huge way, essentially bringing in robots and world with new technologies. Okay. Similarly, you have a person called Vidian who writes for young people and young adults. So this Ma Kadikaram is it's a kind of a time machine story, but for young adults. So today we have literature transcending from translation of, for example, there's a Jules Verne story translated into Tamil, collections of Tamil science fiction coming out in various volumes to novel length stories from children to adult, various age groups. We are getting it in Tamil. So it's not just, as I said, science fiction, but use of fiction for science. That is, using fictional narratives for science is also very prevalent in Tamil today. For example, the book here called Aisha, written by one Natarajan, Ira Natarajan, is a school teacher. This has sold many lakhs of copies. I mean, this small booklet has sold many lakhs of copies. It's a fictionalized one character called Aisha, who is a school student. I mean, it explains how school system is cutting the wings and it is stifling creative thinking. That's a story. And here, for example, you have another short story called Oru Thoranum Moonru Nanvargalum, basically meaning that one comrade and three friends. Basically, it's about child labor, people who are sweeping the trains, people who are poor but sweeping the train, and a few kids who are traveling the train. But this sweeper is very well versed in playing chess. So this story talks about chess, strategies, mathematics. I mean, actually, it is a popularization of mathematics through bringing in kids. One of the things that is happening in some of these stories is integration. That is, people from different social background, boys, girls, people with disability. So the characterization is not. It's a mixed. I mean, people from different backgrounds are consciously being put into these stories, which are, I think, important aspect development that is taking place in Tamil literature, particularly using fiction for science. And there are also newspapers which carry a special supplement. Like, for example, there's a newspaper, one of the largest circulated newspaper called Dinamalar. It has a weekly supplement called Patam for young adults. So in that you have like a magic carpet. So this magic carpet travels to different location and then tells stories. I mean, it can go inside your body or outside, various places. So it's a use of fiction for communicating science. That's something that is also happening. Film, again, Tamil and film are very interconnected. Some or other, the Tamil culture in recent period is heavily influenced by Tamil films, Tamil feature films. 1963, a film called Kalai Arasi, starred by M.G. Ramachandran, who later became the Chief Minister, popularly called as MGR, is one of the first science fiction film in Tamil. Here, the story is essentially this MGR, who was born in Earth, travels and accidentally goes to a distant land where there is a role reversal. The women are ruling the world. Okay, so again, it's a story which talks about women's empowerment. It is a critical reflection of our society. And then there are a large number of films like this. Here is a film which is a recent one. It's called Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow. So in this, the person actually travels to the future and finds out what is the stock market value and so on and so forth, and then acts according using that information today. It's a famous question that is being asked about time travel. If time travel is happening, why there is no time traveler today? I mean, why don't we see them around us? It is actually using that parody. Rajinikanth starred Yandran, of course, I think was also dubbed in many other Indian languages. That's also something very famous. And then there are also a number of films which are of science fiction genre, but also not in a future time or in a different world, but in this world where a cosmic event is having an impact, like falling meteoroids or asteroid, or this Mundasupatti, where again an asteroid falls on, a meteoroid falls on Earth, and then how it creates certain changes in the social issue, which again is a reflection of the current orthodoxy in society. So film is also a very strong area in which the Tamil literature is going. So now if we summarize and then look at what are the trends which one can see in the science fiction in contemporary times, there are three kinds of or three trends we can observe. One is what can be called as hard or didactic. That is, the intent is to teach certain aspect of science and technology. Particularly, for example, a magazine like Pattam, or when a teacher writes a story to communicate certain aspect of science, you can see this in a significant way. Second is what can be called as speculative or fantastic. So basically, they are either romance or comedy or tragedy or thriller. So things that happen in distant location and time. So that's how the science fiction comes in. But you could have done it in this time in a different place. That's all. I mean, there is nothing much into it about science, but it is fantastic. It is speculative. Maybe you add in a bit of, let's say, technologies which are not available today. Not much of science, but more of technology which are not there today, like robots or a cure for cancer or things like that. Okay. The third is actually another genre which is also very strong. We can see that from the time of Mahakavi Bharatiya, which is a social or a critique trend which enables self-reflection of human condition. That what are we actually doing? Are we behaving humanely? Are we behaving sensibly? Are we behaving rationally? These are all the questions that at the end of the story makes you reflect. This is also a trend that you see in Tamil literature. I think I was given 15 minutes. I think I took around the same time. Sorry if I have exceeded. With that, I would stop. I thought it will not be a good idea to list the names and so on, but give a broad view of what's happening in Tamil. Thank you. Nandan, you're muted, so you have to unmute yourself and talk. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thank you, TV. As usual, perfect. You know, you have, in short, put the whole gamut of Tamil science fiction, you know. And as you said, we don't really have much time. So let's quickly go on to ASKVS Sharma, you know, who will talk about Kannada literature. So let's see. Mr. Sharma, please.
Hello. Can you hear?
Yeah. Yeah, you can hear. Yeah.
Okay. Can I have the presentation? Can you see this slides?
Yeah. Now you need to full screen.
Yeah, full screen. Okay. I think both Dr. T.V. Venkateswaran and Javadekar ji have helped me a lot, because the setting for the discussion of science fiction in Kannada has been set by them. In fact, all the issues that have been discussed by both of them are the same, almost similar in Kannada, except that Kannada still has to go a long way when compared to both Tamil as well as Marathi. That is a issue. And today, what I will be doing is to discuss one of the pioneering science fiction that happened in the post-independent era. Why I say this is because when we talk about science fiction, there are two schools of thought, that some of the epics that we have also have fictional elements, and therefore some fantastic elements, and therefore they should also be considered as science fiction. So this kind of the interpretation, if we take into consideration, then maybe we will have to say that what happened in the 10th century, two books that we had in Kannada can also be classified as science fiction, because they had some elements of speculation, some elements of fantasy, and therefore it could be there, but that is not correct to say that it is science. So when we come to the actual science fiction, as we talk today and discuss today, we have to start with some of the people that we have. Okay, so this is the entire repertoire of science writers in the 20th and 21st century that we can list, and that tells you a lot about what's happening in Kannada. And the science fiction is generally one of the very neglected areas by both the authors, critics, and I should say with double quotes, the readers. Not that readers are not interested or anything, but we don't know why. This is still an area where the trust is not as much as we find in other areas. So like Dr. Javadekar said, probably maybe one of the areas, critical areas that we need to look at is the readership survey. Okay, we start with the Shivaram Karan, the red letters here, Dr. Rajshekhar Busnurmat, Srinivas Havnur, then Sanjay Havnur, sorry, and Savita Srinivas, H.S. Bairnati, and Ganesha K.N. Nagesh Upadhyaya, Santesh Kumar Mahendale. These are the people whose name immediately can be recalled when we talk about science fiction. The others have contributed once in a while, mostly like the science fiction short stories rather than long novels. But the others, the people who are in red, have contributed novels. And many of these people, why many? Except for Dr. Santosh Kumar Mahendale, is an engineer in BARC, and Dr. K.N. Ganesha is a scientist and an INSA fellow. Except for these two people, most others have been in the fictional field rather than in the literary field rather than in the science. So the contrast between the Marathi and Kannada literature starts here, where like Dr. Javadekar said, Professor Narlikar set a trend, whereas the trend was not set here till a few years ago by Dr. Ganesha. And Ganesha, again, when we talk about this, there is a debate whether his fiction, what he writes, is a true science fiction or not. So I will come to that later. So most of these people have contributed occasionally. So if we count the number of books or the number of science fiction stories that has appeared in Kannada in the last 100 years, maybe we can say about 10 per year. So that is not much. That's not much. And the books are less than 200 even today. And that is a condition that we have in this. So when we talked about this, even some of them looks like they have specialized in a specific genre of science fiction. And if I say that Havanur has a lot of speculative fiction because he also is an engineer and trained in science. And Dr. Rajshekhar Busnuramat had a lot of fantasy, more fantasy than the science in many of his science fiction. Similarly, that Ganesha is a special this one. What he does is he uses science and the science history and waves a fiction around that. There is a debate about whether his fiction is actual fiction or it is narratives of science, alternating with a fictional story. Whatever it is, the narrative style is totally different, but the readers are taken in by this kind of fiction, and that is a plus point. And there are the allegories, especially Dr. Bhairanati and Savita Srinivas. I must mention here that women writers, as in Marathi, are very few, even in Kannada. Why only three people I can count, and that is Dr. Miss Savita Srinivas, who is an IPS officer, and Gayatri Murthy, who wrote some science fiction earlier, but is not very active. And these are the two people that we can count. But Rajshekhar Busnuramat is considered as one of the very influential SF writer in Kannada. He is no more. Many of his stories were set in distant lands and were actually for the younger, generation at that time, 1960s and around. They were very attractive. In fact, I was a fan of Rajshekhar Busnuramat when I was in high school. But of course, now I have grown out of that, and I'm a critic of many of his science fiction. Dr. Bhairanati passed away last year, and his novels have been quite popular again. And Dr. Ganesha, as I said, is an IISF fellow, and he is an agriculture scientist basically, but I should say he has a large interest in agriculture and a lot more interest in history. And therefore, he is a versatile kind of a scientist, and he writes. It's surprising that Dr. Ganesha wrote very few science articles, popular science articles in Kannada, and when he started writing, it was a fiction. And the fiction is a story. It developed from his research. That is a different kind of aspect to his system. Whatever he writes is always related to the kind of research he does. It is not something that is totally speculative. And that is something special about Dr. Ganesha. Savita Srinivas, of course, is currently the only, I should say, the lady writer, the woman writer who is into science and science fiction. But this person, Dr. Sivarama is unique. Unique in the sense he is, we have a saying in Kannada that there is no plant that a goat doesn't eat. Okay, Adu muttada soppilla. So the goat eats everything. And that kind of a versatile person was Dr. Sivaram Karan. He was an activist with the nuclear activist. He was a Jnanapita awardee in science literature, in literature, and a very good Yakshagana protagonist. And he practiced. He also actually, researched on Yakshagana, one of the performance arts, and moreover, he wrote a lot on popular science. In fact, single-handedly, he wrote an encyclopedia for children at a time in 1940s, at a time when science was not even into the schools, and in Kannada, and that is the specialty of this person. He was more of an educationist. He wanted to bring knowledge into the popular fold, and probably that is one of the reasons why he also dabbled in many of these things. And it is surprising that one of the first fictions written by to be published in Kannada was by him, and that is the story called Pashu Bala. Pashu Bala is, of course, the Sanskrit word is easily understandable. It is the animal strength or animosity, whatever it is. So this is a story written in 1928, but there are some differences about the date. So because the original story was published in a not so popular magazine, and then it was put into an anthology in 1935. So the story was written in 28, and the anthology appeared in 1935. So many people considered that it was written in 1935. What I find very interesting about this particular story is that it is the first contact story. Okay, in general, these are the issues. It's the first science fiction story, if I can say so, in Kannada in the recent times, in the 20th century. Before that, we didn't have this kind of fiction. Fortunately, when in contrast, the Marathi and Bengal and Tamil literature had science fiction sort of stories much before. It is a contact genre, that is, the people get into contact with aliens, and the aliens don't come and land here, but it is the other way around. We have everything mixed, like interplanetary travel, a first contact with a alien, and allegorical interpretation of the philosophical thoughts, a lot more things. More interesting is that it was much before the either Isaac Asimov or Arthur Clarke started their work. And there are some interesting elements in this story. For example, the story starts with a group of people. It reminds me of Michael Crichton, who of the Jurassic Park, where the entire story happens in a remote island. And here also, it is a remote and secret island where a group of scientists get together to travel. Okay, this is the surprising thing, to Mercury. It's not Mars, it is not Venus, it is Mercury, and that is very surprising, mainly because Dr. Shivram Karant is not a person who is not very familiar with the scientific information, and he must have been pretty aware, because he wrote encyclopedia also, so he must have been pretty aware of the Mercury, what it is and how hot it is and all these things. And in spite of that, he put that as a setting and then wrote this story. It is something that maybe we will have to ponder over that, why he did. The second thing is, he uses what is called as a Tejo Bhashaka. Is a device that he invents here for communicating between the interplanet travelers, and that uses light to communicate. And again, there is an instance where people can see what is happening, or they communicate between the two people. Somewhere the Tejapashaka is missing, and therefore they cannot communicate. After that, the communication is restored, something like that. But the crux of the story is that the love or the humanity is the human character, or the emotional aspect of the humans are much, much valuable than the what we call as the wealth and all other things. It's the same kind of good versus bad thing. And he uses the Mercury setting and the civilization there as a contrast to the civilization that we have on the Earth. And probably the same kind of technique have been used by many people to highlight the problems of humanity, or highlight the plus points of humanity. And that is what the whole story is about. People have also argued especially Professor Narahari, who is, there are only two critics as of now in Kannada on science fiction. Dr. Narahari is one of the critics. The other one is, of course, yeah, please. T.G. Shanai. Yeah, I'll be finished in 2 minutes. Okay. So let me just close it here. This is one of the first stories written by a non-scientist. He was not a scientist. He was not even a graduate, and he was a self-educated person. He uses very strange names in all his stories, a feature that is found in most of the Western science fiction. And then the language is not at all colloquial. He is very, very well known to write in a very colloquial language, but it was not that. And there are many new gadgets and new concepts introduced, including features of a rocket. And the way that he explains that how a landing happens on Mercury is an important thing, where the landing and the acceleration are explained. And then the highly speculative aspects of that is that the energy for travel is extracted from surroundings, because carrying a fuel would be very costly, and also is very adds to the weight. So therefore the energy is extracted from the surroundings. He doesn't explain how, but again, that's a speculation. And then the improbability of the voyage to Mercury or alliance in Mercury is something that makes this as a sort of a science fiction. But I must also mention a few other things here. That is, these are three people who should be mentioned when we talk about science fiction in Kannada, because they used fiction to talk about science. B.J. Swami is a scientist, a botanist. He wrote a fiction that is Hasuru Hannu. Pardon? Hello? Do I have 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So B.J. Swami wrote Hasuru Hannu, a travelogue, where he explained botany in such a way that the book is not considered as science fiction, but it is considered as a classic literature. And that is something that I always find very surprising. It's a popular science, but a complete fiction set in the real time and everything. Probably that is the only negative point about that. Purnachandra Tejasvi wrote a beautiful book called Carvalho, very engaging book talking about evolution. It is a story where a scientist goes after looking for an animal which is on the verge of extinction. And the whole thing goes, he talks about the extinction, he talks about evolution and everything, but the human element, the drama and everything is very, very real. The third one is S.L. Bhairappa, a very well-known writer and very popular writer, literature, and he took to interplanetary travel to talk about or to explore the human relations recently in a book called Yana. All these three books use science. There is a lot of science in that, and there is a lot of good fiction also in that, but they are not science fiction. And that is one of the things that has happened. But like Dr. Javadekar said, these are the points that Kannada needs to look at. A lot more things have to happen. We need to create more authors and critics. So the opportunities for the authors and critics are less, because there are not writers, so there are no critics, and there are no critics, so there are no writers. So the egg and cock story. And I don't find a specific trend by followed by any particular specific genre developing in Kannada. It is neither fantasy nor a speculative fiction or anything. Then science fiction studies are very few. Publication distribution, we need to look at that. Then new media gives us an opportunity. Of course, we have to, pardon, yeah, the readers is the last. So I will stop here, because most of the issues are similar in almost all the languages. A special thanks to T.G. Shanai and Dr. Narahari, who both are good critics of science fiction and have done a good amount of study on science fiction in Kannada and otherwise. And I also thank organizers of Vigyanika 2020 for giving this opportunity. And thank you, Nandan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma. We really don't have time. That's why I was kind of hurrying you. And I would like Professor Dr. Deepak Sharma to take on the stage because there is really not much time. So let's quickly hurry up and come to Assamese literature, which very few people actually have really heard. So I'm really curious to know about what's happening out there. The stage
Thank you. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, first of all, I thank everyone. Dr. Hello, are you hearing? Hello.
We can hear you.
Yeah. So first of all, First of all, I thank Vigyanika 2000 for giving me the opportunity to speak something about our literature. And Chairman Sir, Dr. Nandan Kodiari. So I'm very happy to present before you the science fiction Assamese literature. Because of some technical problem in the computer, so I'm talking from my mobile. So kindly excuse me for that. So I'm trying to share my slides first. So
Dr. Sharma.
hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
I'm not. Have you seen the slides?
Dr. Sharma, can I suggest you one thing?
Yeah.
What you do is first don't share. You unshare your thing first of all.
Yeah.
Now what you do is you open your application. Are you using a PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, PowerPoint.
Open your PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
Open your slides.
Yeah.
Then put the share screen.
Okay.
Once you put a share screen, there'll be a thing called application. Don't click the first one. There'll be three things like share your computer, share your application. So click the share your application. In that you will find this application, that is your PowerPoint. Click on that and click share. Then your slides will appear.
Thank you. Let me see.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Hello.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I'll I'll be talking on without slides, because it's not
I think that's
working. Yeah. So today I'll talk something on science fiction in Assamese language. So basically, the this is when we talk about literature, science literature. So basically, we call about scientific fictions, science. So when we hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I hearing. Okay.
We can see
So
you. We can hear you.
yeah, it's looking at me. Okay. So first one is the scientific literature. So when you call about scientific literature, it comprises of your scholarly publications that reports original, empirical, and theoretical work in the natural and social sciences, and it is within an academic field, and often abbreviated as literature. So, but when we talk about generally in common terms, science literature, that means it is actually science literature, which is actually taken towards the people mass. So this includes like different science literature, creative science literature, science journalism, then popular science writings, and they are language in such a way so that every common people can understand them, and they know the importance of science in their day-to-day life. So that is the aim of our science literature. So next one is when you call science fiction. So science fiction is a genre of science fiction literature whose content is imaginative, but is based on science. So it is creative, it is based on probabilities and future of science and technology, and it relies on specific scientific principles, theories, and facts. And the themes are actually taken from science background, and even plots, characters, and settings, they are all based on science. They're imaginary, but they are possible. It has been seen, in fact, in some of the sci-fi stories, sci-fi novels of yesteryears are now becoming reality. Now, it's different from fantasy. So fantasy is something different where scientific basis are not there. Now, there are different genres of science, sci-fi, like story, there may be novel, there may be novella, there may be drama, there may be poetry. And these types of sci-fi again divide into two types basically. One is soft science fiction, which is actually possible consequences of human behavior. And due to advances in science and technology, it change the behavior. And it mainly focuses on sociology, psychology, politics, and anthropology, etc. Then hard science fiction usually strictly follows facts and principles of science and technology, and it is often written by the real scientist. It is slightly a bit harder to write, and it is not very easily understood by common people also. But this is also a one type of science fiction. So next is your Assamese literature. In Assamese, science fiction actually are known as Ohomia Kalpabigyan Sahitya. It started in 20th century, and they are relatively late in Western countries. Now, how it started? So initially, it is related to the development of Assamese science writings. So what we call Assamese modern science writings, they have started in the mid-19th century. So in 1849, Nathan Brown, he has written, he is a missionary who came to Assam, they were in Assam, and they wrote a geography book in Assamese. This is called Bhugol Sikhok. He started the initial writing in Assamese, that is your science literature. Then later on, Anandaram Dhikyal Fukan of Urunodo era, he was a pioneer in developing scientific writings in Assamese. In 1849, he wrote one book that is called Bhugol Prakaran. And post Urunodo, it is 1846 to 1883. There are many magazines like your Bahi, Setana, then Assam, Bandhab. They popularized the science literature. So there are some stories that were published in those days. In 1953, there was a story which is Microscope Aro Eknisthur Lora Kotha. Tale of a microscope and a cruel boy in Urunodoy. Then Sandralu Koloi is Gaman, is Journey to Moon. It was translated by Ambika Bora. In first decade of Bahi, Bahi was actually in an era from 1999 to 1932. In 1914, Jogotor Heh Adarsa Aru Biswahanti Thapanor Pot, the last ideology of world and way to establish world peace. It was a pamphlet actually by Ambika Rai Chaudhuri, and this is the imagination of living in a planet nearby. But in Assamese, The 1937 is a, I mean, can we say it as a milestone where a story has been written by Birasotia, the land of Birasotia. It's a novel by Hari Prasad Bora in Abahan. This is considered as first sci-fi in Assamese. And this subject is more or near to science, but it's not exactly the sci-fi, but just more or less goes to the fantasy. Now, second sci-fi is in 1938. This is called Rasayana, a short story. Rasayana means chemistry by Nagendra Narayan Chaudhary in Abahan. It narrates experimentation of regaining youth. The second sci-fi you can call it second sci-fi in Assamese. Then Bhadratamapok Jantra, Dinesh Chandra Goswami Bai. This is the first Assamese science fiction. These are the first, which are fiction collection. In 2466, April, it was written by Vijay Krishna Deva Sharma in 1960. It is the first Assamese sci-fi novel. And Sthabar, permanent, meaning is permanent. It is written by Arun Sharma. This is the first sci-fi related drama. The theme of Assamese, I mean, these sci-fis are, most of them are soft sci-fis. And their common themes are actually space travel, natural disaster, cloning, planetary travel, alien invasions, innovations in medical science and others. And most of the sci-fis are soft sci-fis. So when we see the, I mean, examples of sci-fi stories, there are a few examples, as I told you earlier about Birasotia in 1937, in Rasayana 1938 by Nagendra Narayan Chaudhary, and Kumudeswar Barthago 1946. He wrote a subject that is called Atom Bomb. It's aftermath of burst of an atom bomb in Guwahati. Then there are some examples like Dinesh Chandra Goswami has written many stories, and his stories themes were related to behavioral measuring device, then invention of science, defeating a virus, time travel, a machine that can climb, that can ruin bad smell, AIDS, etc., etc. Similarly, Vijay Krishna Deva Sharma, he has written on astronomers, how to visiting British science. Santanu Damoli has written many things. He has written one, this is called Hey Sandra Bidai. It was an accident from returning from moon. Then Prasir, he has written from children, is a computer, it's an imaginary stimulation. Gohbor, it is written by Bhomendranath Saikia on heart transplant. So similarly, this Saurabh Kumar Salia, he is a very noted literature. He has written about noise pollution controlling machine. One machine is known as Awaz. Then he has one written Oporot, treatment in space. Then Ses Onurod, domestic robot. He has written Moraddan, art and human beings relationship. Then Abhijit Sarmabura has written on results of physics. Bandita Fukan on many subjects, including DNA technology. Then Rathindranath Goswami is attacked by computer virus. So these sci-fi stories have shown this. Myself have written few stories regarding existential human issues in future technology driven world, as well as on parallel world. Amulya Hazarika has written experimentation of downsizing human. Then Manavendra Borua on endocrinology. Then Jayanta Kumar Goswami, time machine. Then Mihir Goswami has written mind measuring machine. Then Ajanta. These are actually some examples because they have written many stories, but I have shown that the themes, what are the common themes that are being taken into account when they are writing their stories. Then Ajanta Das has written on artificial gardening machine. Then Jayanta Amalla Madhav Borua has written domestic robot. Similarly, sci-fi novels also, there are many themes which are more or less related to these subjects, like your Assamese, there's your as I told you earlier, these are the sci-fi novels which are based on the themes on outer space, then DNA technology and outer world, then genetics, genetic technology, printing technology, then radio wave, genetically modified food, etc., etc. Amongst them are the most notable writers are Vijay Krishna Deva Sharma, Dinesh Chandra Goswami, then Hare Krishna Deka, Amulya Hazarika, Bhomendranath Saikia, then Nabakanta Borua, Vasanto Hazarika. This is not Rothin Hazarika, Rothin Hazarika. No, this is not Rothin Hazarika, sorry. This is Ranju Hazarika, then Sakil Jamal, then Manavendra Kumar Borua. Then similarly, Abhijit Sharma Borua, then Rajiv Prasad Saikia, etc., etc. So Ranju Hazarika has written many novels, mostly based on aliens, expedition in space, etc. Then similarly, sci-fi dramas are less, but these are also written by many authors. And First one is Dinesh Chandra Goswami, Shyama Prasad Sharma, then Sushil Goswami, then Amar Jyoti Chaudhary. Amar Jyoti Chaudhary has written one series on computer virus, Sushil Goswami on human cruelty. And then Shyama Prasad is a very varied subjects. And Dinesh Chandra Goswami is a pioneer in all sci-fi. He has written almost all genre of, sci-fis. Then there is one more thing that is called CLIFE. So CLIFE is a short form which has been called as a newer zone. Newer zone. This is known as your in late 2000. In 2000, it was developed by Danny Bloom. This is coined the term CLIFE. That means climate fiction. This is actually one sort of genre, which is somebody said this is an offshoot of sci-fi. An example in Assamese one, Abhijit Sharma Barua's short story, then Aitar Hadhu, Grandma's Tale. It is a horrifying world because of global warming. He has described it very nicely. So is there any literary value of this? Of these sci-fis? So it has been said that when you read Dinesh Goswami, his vividness of the subjects, his forms, his styles is excellent. Then Saurabh Kumar Salima, he is actually a writer and a very known writer, and he writes in his own narrative style. He actually not a sci-fi writer. He writes stories, but he has written few stories. One is called this Awaz. That one is included in his collection that is called Gulam, which won the Sahitya Academy Award in 1974. Then Nabakanta Borua, he is a very eminent literature, and he is known for his literary style. He has also written one sorts, sci-fi. Then Bhavendranath Sakya, everybody knows him. He is a writer as well as a director as well as a film producer, and he has his style is very attractive, and his style is very attractive, and he wrote in such a way that everyone. So everyone. So everyone, Nabakanta Borua and Bhavendranath Sakya, this is attractive narrative style. Then others, Bijay Krishna Deva Sharma, Santanu Tamuli, Bandita Fukon, Abhijit Sharma Borua, and many others. They have written in such a, such a way that it is becoming a literary value is becoming. But the question is, who is writing? So if you see Assamese literature, who is writing these sci-fi stories? So most of the sci-fi writers in Assam have their formal study in science stream. Then some of them are in academics, some others in engineers, physicians, as well as some are scientists. But if you see some important sci-fi, like one is called Apadartha, which is written by Nabakanta Borua. He is from arts background. He was a poet. He's a poet. He was a poet, but he's an excellent sci-fi writer. It is said it's not necessarily that you must be from the science stream to be a sci-fi writer, but writers should have some knowledge of science technology. But the question is, who is reading? This is a very eminent question. Who is reading this? This genre is very limited to a small section of readers, and most of them are young readers. To understand sci-fi, one must have a knowledge of science, and there must be a scientific mind. The science awareness will increase the popularity of sci-fi and vice versa. The urgent need of good translation, we should also think. Do we need to change our perspective? So definitely, the trend in sci-fi in Assamese is rapidly changing. Apart from eco-criticism, writers have incorporated genetic engineering, cybernetics, artificial intelligence, and nanotechnology. And we need to move to more hard sci-fi too. We do not have that much of hard sci-fi. How to make sci-fi writing more effective in Assamese? So literary value more than specific theory, more than the scientific theories, it should be included in the stories. So soft sci-fi is perspective from the should be written from social and human aspect, and hard sci-fi change in perspective. There is a conflict in heart and brain nowadays because of the advance of science and technology. There are new challenges coming, and humanity will always rule, and sci-fi should glorify it. And artificial intelligence, a new challenge to writing in sci-fi. In writings, local values and flavors should be added for easy acceptance to the readers. So one must remember that one point is that your translation, role of translation. So it has been said that without translation, I would be limited to the borders of my own country. The translator is the most important ally. He introduces me to the world. Yeah. Italo Calvino has said, and it is exactly, same it is happening. If you are confined to your own language, you will be confined to a space which will, and you will not see the outer world. The translation introduced readers to great works of sci-fi and contributed a lot in popularizing sci-fi among Assamese readers. there are many translations. The translations from your from Invisible Man, Arthur C. Clarke's 2001 A Space Odyssey, Jules Verne 20,000 Under the Sea. Then It Happened Tomorrow. This is actually an Indian collection, which is translated by Dinesh Chandra Goswami. Then there are Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, 5 Weeks in a Moon, War of the Worlds, War of the World, as well as The Last War. And there are many are translated, but still I think it is much less in the other languages. The impact of sci-fi in science promotion. The sci-fi drags at least a section of the people to scientific way of thinking, as we think. And success for a sci-fi writer, if someone is attracted to science after reading a sci-fi, I think it is the best part of the sci-fi writer, and he thinks himself to be successful if he can do it for the promotion of science. There is role of magazines in ASME. There are many magazines which are playing a very good role in popularizing sci-fi. Some of them are Bismoy, then Vigyan Jyoti, Trishul, Vigyan Surabhi, Notun Aviskar, Sofura, Mosak, etc. A special mention must go to Bismoy. This is a popular Assamese monthly for sci-fi, science-based writings and sci-fi translations of writers like Arthur C. Clarke, Isaac Asimov, Jules Verne, all were published in Bismoy, and Bismoy is playing a very important role in popularizing sci-fi. Then there are some literary magazines, they are also including sci-fi nowadays in their special issues, and demand for sci-fi has increased. The special editions of magazines, particularly we have some special editions, but in Durga Puja and as well as in Bihu, there are big issues are coming out, and their sci-fis are included regularly. And it was said that there is a revival of interest in sci-fi. Then what are the obstacles? Obstacles in popularizing sci-fi in Assam. So not everyone is considered that is a part of the literature. Most people think this is not literature. So the interest is less in sections of people, that it is less appreciated by some people. And there are some people writing sci-fi, but they are not aware of scientific methodology. And development of science is poor in Assam, and there is absence of advanced laboratories also in Assam. There is no scientific mindset in a group of people. Then environment is not conducive. In many areas, there is no scientific environment, and most of the students, because there's no laboratories, no advanced, advanced science institutions, students are not very much exposed. I'm talking particularly about the rural students. Then what can be done for, improvement of this scenario? So basically, we have miles to go. So in an interview, Dinesh Chandra Goswami said that interest in science literature in Assam has been declined. But in order to enrich the larger audience, greater awareness and interest must be generated to the readers. Once the readers are interested, I think it will be easier for us to bring it to the people. The science must be brought nearer to the people. That should be the motto. So how to increase interest? So Dinesh Chandra Goswami has said that these stories are tales first, science later, by creating realistic as well as relevant structures based on futuristic science. So everybody must be very careful. So when you are putting a story, there should be some human values into it, and it must be basically a tale, basically a story. But it must be based on scientific, theories or as well as principles. So how to do it? So it is our duty to create desire for sci-fi. Then we must reach out to the wider sections of readers. And as I told you earlier, we are most limited to the, younger people. So there should be spreading of the awareness amongst all group of people, so that we can reach out to the wide section of readers. And we must be aware of new trends and development of this genre, because for this we will have to keep our eyes open to see what is happening outside our country, outside our state or country. And when we write sci-fi, we must add local flavor to it. There may be local values, local ethics, and we must make it acceptable to all people, so that this sci-fi genres become popular, and indirectly it will help in science promotion. So in a conclusion, I will have to say that Assamese sci-fi is still in developing stage, but it has developed quite a lot in the last few decades. And sci-fi has brought a new dimension into Assamese literature. And sci-fi has a space now in Assamese literature. Some of the sci-fi writers are reputed at national level. But at the same time, I have to say that we must have more sci-fi dramas. Sci-fi dramas are less. We have much more sci-fi translations. That is also led. And when I talk about translation, I say that these translations should be from both Indian and foreign languages. And because interconnection between the languages are also important. That interest amongst readers in increasing, that is also right. And Assamese writers should devote more time in writing sci-fi. So science and technology is creating a global landscape now. Nation must move to compare to to compete in such a global world. So we must remember that the future world will be run by science and technology, and we must not be behind. So we must move, and there should be a scientific awareness among all people. It is a must. Scientific thinking and augmentation of service. It is an augmentation of science. It is a need of the hour. So we must have scientific thinking. We should start working for augmentation of science. That is the need of the hour, and it will indirectly help us both in fiction as well as in reality. Sci-fi reading increase awareness and interest in science, because I have found many people who have wrote a good sci-fi and later on he is interested on that particular subject, and vice versa also. If he is interested in science, he will also be interested in story if he has a trend of, he has a mindset of reading tales. Then the most important part is that I want to say the regional languages are heart of communication in India. So this is not a foreign language. The regional language is the heart of the communication in India. So sci-fi writing in regional languages will help in science communication amongst all people. And that should be our motto, that there should be a bonding. There should be translation from one language to another within India. There should be, a cooperation between in all aspects amongst the different languages, so that we can move forward and we can compete. Actually, we are competing already. We can move forward in this modern advanced world. With this, I end my topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was really very comprehensive and it came right from heart, because you are a writer and your experience what
thank you, sir.
Be done. And actually you have made mine ending much more easier, because you have actually said whatever I've wanted, why we should write in the mother tongue, how we should kind of communicate, science, and there is one more thing. What you told us about Assamese problem and how it should be, I think Vigyan Bharati has actually cut out what we need to do out there. I think it's very important that we create that atmosphere of scientific thinking, temperament, and working. So I think that was very, very good. That was very nice. And we really have no time. So I'm not going to kind of give my ending in a comprehensive way that I would have liked to, but I would like to thank all the four speakers for having kind of created that entire, though we were talking about specific regions, but I think it comprehensively gives an idea of the kind of science fiction that is happening in regional languages in India, and that really is very exciting, because there is a lot to be done, but there is a lot which is happening which has not yet reached the larger audience. Like you were saying about translation, I think that's very important, that more and more regional languages translate each other's uh, work, so that it not just English, which reaches only 12% or whatever, but I think this collaboration, this kind of interaction between different science fiction writers, all over India, would somewhere kind of help in us achieving what we want to do, using science fiction to popularize science, to make it a vehicle of creating that awareness and curiosity about different aspects of science, and that's how I would like to kind of end it. And thank you very much, organizers, for having kind of come up with this idea of science fiction in regional languages. That was very, very good. And I think we have set the ball rolling for Vigyanika, for all those different things which we are yet to, are going to come in the next 4 days. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you each
Thank
one.
you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We at Vigyanika have been really fortunate to hear our experts talk about the rich Indian science literature and envisaging an era on the verge of science fiction golden age. On behalf of the organizers of Vigyanika, I express my gratitude to all the experts and also to the chair of the session for steering this lively session. Finally, I also wish to thank our audience. While Indian sci-fi in English has been seeing limited success on account of being at a very nascent age and having a small readership, works which are produced in the regional languages have landed global appeal. I hope we at Vigyanika are able to address this issue and motivate our young budding writers to take this up as a challenge and achieve success. So with this, we wind up our session. Thank you once again, and we will see you all tomorrow once again. Bye-bye. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you to everyone. Namaskar.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Ashutosh, for having. I was saying you set the ball rolling. You really created an entire way in which we should look at science fiction. Not just as a genre, but as a kind of a understanding that happens. And like Dr. Sarma was saying, it's important that we keep writing these and publishing it and getting it translated and so on.
But today's session really went so well. Everyone, unfortunately, Sarma sir's PowerPoint presentation couldn't open, but we got the points. And even the Kannada review by Sharma ji, and I like Tamil review by Venkateswaran ji. And I intentionally wrote that your moderation was so excellent. I think all the other panelists would agree with me that Nandan ji's speech was so assuring for us. Because even in spite of taking the technical trial, my PowerPoint didn't open and that go, Still technology has that got kind of lagging behind. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Nice meeting you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Nice.
Mallika ji, thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.